In this stream, we did the impossible. We used a piece of brand new hardware, and it actually worked. I know, our losing streak has finally come to an end. BiQu, aka Big Tree Tech, if you've been to Micro Center, you've seen their products around, sent me this really neat 3D printer. It's one of these like Ender clones, and it's got two things that make it interesting. The first is that it's huge. It's like 300 by 300 by 350 millimeters. The second is it's really cheap. They're selling this thing for only like $300. So, well, I set it up last night because I realized that watching someone build a printer is boring. And we put it through the ringer today. And you know what? The thing actually worked. We ran off a very difficult hard mode calibration cube. It came out okay. Then we calibrated the extrusion. We realized I can't do basic arithmetic. And then we made a very large Vase mode print to see if it's consistent enough. And you know what? I'm satisfied. This is a pretty cool printer. Yeah, we had a bunch of time to kill while we waited for prints to finish, so we took the opportunity to work on the Cyberdeck mechanical keyboard, and I continued working on that after the stream, and it's pretty much done at this point. It's like almost together. So yeah, a lot of stuff happened on this stream. Anyways, I don't want to spoil too much of the fun, but that's what you're in for today. We actually get this thing working, which is sick, and we put a bunch of work into laying out circuit boards. So all around, it's a pretty chill time. Anyways, I think you'll enjoy the show. Ladies, gentlemen, cyborgs, welcome to Voidstar Lab. We have a really cool stream for you today, and, well, I know there's a little confusion about the date. It turns out even I was confused. It turns out they wanted me to start at, so originally they wanted me to start this at 10 a.m. Mountain Time, right? And, I told them we should really start at noon, because that's when everyone expects the streams to go. And then I get an email saying like, "Hey, you should start. Hey, actually, we wanted you to start at 1800." So I'm thinking 1800 UTC, right? Like basically an hour after we would have normally started. So that brings us here. And I just got an email saying they wanted me to do the stream. They wanted me to change the stream from 10 a.m. Mountain to 7 p.m. Mountain. And I barely had enough time before the stream started to type out an explanation, trying to explain that like here in America, there are only here in America there are only 12 holidays, right? There are only 12 holidays that people generally don't go to work, and of those, only I believe. Of those, I believe that only, I think, 6 have a specific day of the week that isn't a Saturday or a Sunday. So only like 6 of them you can get off, like have a possibility of being off work. And of those, only one of them is one where only 2 of those are holidays where Americans traditionally hang out with friends and family and eat together. And this is one of them. Basically, I was trying to explain that if we did this at 7 o'clock, it's literally the one of only 2 days in the year that would guarantee that we get no viewers. So I made the executive decision to go ahead as I originally planned. Mr. Aunt Jemima asks, "Who's trying to say your stream schedule?" It's part of the game with sponsors. Some like the one that sponsored this episode, BiQu. It's look, sometimes they just want to make sure that they get a chance to watch it. I mean, you know, if you're sending a 3D printer across what is it, like 13 time zones or something, you want to, see what you create. So whatever it is, we're on the regular schedule, and you notice there's a few changes. So yeah, just real quick, today's episode is sponsored by BiQu right there. You might not be familiar with BiQu, but especially if you also are a Micro Center aficionado like myself, then you might be familiar with Big Tree Tech. BiQu is their in-house brand. Is their in-house 3D printer brand. Big Tree Tech makes a lot of replacement and aftermarket parts for printers that you may be aware of, and Micro Center sells a lot of their products. Anyways, this is one of their few in-house custom printers, and today we're going to look at it. Yeah, so they're sponsoring this episode. Standard disclaimers apply, right? This isn't a review. We're going to be using it. I think the ultimate test of a printer is not The ultimate test of a printer, which, how should I say this, is not what you think. It's what the facts of this are. And I'm really curious about the facts of this printer. And let me explain why. Boop! Hey! That's not what I wanted at all. There we go. So this is the printer. We're going to take a look at it in... I'm going to head over there in a sec, but I want to keep my face in front of the camera for now. Yeah, this printer is huge. This printer is freaking huge. This is basically an Ender clone. Here, I think I have this. Yep, this is basically an Ender clone. And I say basically, I mean it is. Except it's really, really big, and it's got some really high-quality components in it. This thing has, like, under the hood, it's got, I think it's got, like, I'm curious what the drivers are. I believe they're the same ones on the Prusa. It's got a 32-bit processor. I just realized I have to put a Band-Aid on. It's got a 32-bit processor. It has a nice enclosure. It's got a little touchscreen, but it's enormous. This thing, and it's only $300. And well, as part of why I'm curious about today is how, because, like, they have to be cutting at least some corners. But just because something has cut corners doesn't mean it's low quality, right? So one of the things that I'm curious about that I want to try to figure out today is what did they do to the printer to make it, what did they do to the printer to put these specs in this price point, and how much do they affect how much do they affect the print quality, etc. So yeah, it's not about, like, look, everything's at the end of the day, right? I'm not saying, like, at the end of the day, engineering is about trade-offs. It's like, yes, you can make a product that with, like, phenomenal specs, and you can make it well priced, but you're gonna have to put your engineering into getting the most out of those components, which means it takes a long time to get to market. You can bring something to market in a reasonable time, and you can make it really cheap, but then you're going to be using a lot of off-the-shelf parts, and stuff might not necessarily work the way it should. And likewise, you can bring something to market quickly, and you can make it work really well, but you're going to be doing that by buying engineering that other people have done, so it'll be expensive. So it's all about the trade-offs, and that's part of what I'm interested in today. And also, the other reason why I'm interested in this printer in particular is, let me put this over here, the other reason I'm interested in this printer in particular is because the printers in my workshop are skewing a little expensive, and it's going to get even worse soon because of like an announcement I'm going to make in a bit. But printers are getting a little expensive, and I get asked all the time, like, what's a good way to get started in this hobby? What's a good entry point? So I'm always interested in the sort of entry level products, and this one is also well, I mean, this one might also make an interesting second printer, because as I'm about to show you, this is by a wide margin the largest printer in Voidstar Lab. So yeah, without further ado, oh yeah, there's just a little bit of further ado. I've been making this announcement the last couple streams, but we're going to properly do it, we're going to properly do it we're going to probably do this on Monday, but Things and Lulzbot are Things, Lulzbot and I are running a contest to build wearables for Halloween. I think we're going to call it the Hello Wearables contest because I'm very creative. And yeah, we're going to be officially kicking that off in a few days. And that is going to end, I believe... Hang on a sec. Oh, I don't have the October calendar set up. That is going to end on the 16th, and the winners, I'm going to try to make their projects, and we're going to make a video about it. So if you remember, like, the top 10 prints for your printer, the top 10 gifts, we're going to be doing a Halloween episode, and the winners of this contest to build wearables are going to end up on that episode. And the wearables, by the way, they don't have to be electronics. They don't have to be wearable computers. As long as it has some 3D printing, and you can wear it. More details are going to come soon, but if you have an idea for a project, now is an excellent time to kick it off. But in the meantime, yeah, let's take a look at the. We're going to take a look at this printer. Let's take a look. let's take a look over here. What do we got? Oh yeah, so I have been playing with, bear with me one sec, I have been playing with the Chromats. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I was having, I think this should work. Hang on one sec. Huh. Yeah, that should be working. So we should be able, so yeah, at the end of the last episode, we installed WLED on, not episode, the end of the last stream, we installed WLED on the Chromats, and we rigged it up so you can control it over Twitch, and it's, I think the web page that actually runs the script isn't running, so let me get that going right now. There we go. Here we are. I think that should work now. Let me check. All right, so we're doing all right, so I rigged up a very simple script here. I rigged up a very simple chatbot that should delete the commands. So hopefully that doesn't clutter up the chat. There was no way to configure it. Like, basically I'm using the profanity filter to wipe them out. It will silence you for 1 second. There are no long-term punishments or anything. So let's see if it works. Yeah. So we've got you can hit exclamation point and type a color and it'll work. And what are the other ones? I have the script open over here. You can do rainbow, lava, vaporwave, party time, or night sky, and it should work. Let me just make sure everything is set correctly. I'm gonna wipe the color real quick. There we go. And now it should work. Let's see. The title is not very descriptive. Live with Restream. I thought I didn't have Restream. I thought Restream wasn't set up correctly. What's going on here? Bear with me. So I just got a chat that said that the title of the stream is wrong. That's really weird. Let's see what's going on there. That should. Oh, why is it called that? That's really weird. I have to change that, or no one will be able to find the frickin' stream. I was trying to get Restream set up so that I was trying to get Restream set up so that some people on who can only watch on YouTube could check it out on the second channel, but it seems like it's not working correctly. This is only our second stream on Twitch, so expect a little bit of sketchiness as we get everything set up. How do I change the title of a stream? I think we're still live. Here we go. Edit stream info. There we go. Oh, for Christ's sake. What did I call this one? Let's see. We're gonna call this 3D. Testing the ginormous BiQu S1. What is it? B1 SE. There we go. Yeah, I was trying to get Restream set up, and I think something must have hooked into it. Anyways, let's see. Nested Dream says, "Do mind that removing messages this way will wipe out all the past messages, even in the VOD." Well, we don't want that. I tried to test this, but the bot I couldn't figure. I tried to test this, but like all the accounts I have access to have mod privileges on here, and I was worried about what would happen if I remove them. So I'm just going to disable that command. I'm just going to disable that. Not the command. I'm going to disable the auto delete real quick. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I think that should work. Okay, so we've turned off the word protection. Twitch for everyone coming from YouTube, Twitch chat is a little different than YouTube chat in that it's much more acceptable to do things like spam emotes and to spam commands and to generally mess around with stuff like that. Unfortunately, I have to keep you folks waiting for 1 second because I realized that not only have I forgot to get myself a little water, but I cut myself and I forgot to grab a Band-Aid. So I'll be back in like 15 seconds. There we go. important to stay hydrated and protected. So yeah, I think I've dilly-dallied enough. Let's take a look at this frickin' printer. Let's take a look at this frickin' printer over here. Yeah, let's go with this guy. I should probably turn my monitor. What's going on here? There we go. And yeah, I think that should work. Oh yeah, I hope everyone's noticed my merch mug. Yeah, that's right. We got Voidstar merch. It's pretty cool. I got myself a whole bunch of it. I'm not gonna try to sell you something without testing it myself. Yeah. Sylphidate says, Zack, just FYI, Restream is incompatible with Twitch affiliate. Yes, that is true, but we're not a Twitch affiliate yet. We haven't done enough streams. So, yeah. Let's see. I think this should work. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this printer. Let me just make sure that the Let me just make sure that I think this thing is working. Yeah, it's totally working. Yeah, the Chromance is totally working. Maybe it's locking some people out. Anyways, I don't think it's color vaporwave. I think it's FX vaporwave. There we go. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Unfortunately, you're not really going to be able to see it because of the way we've got everything set up here. Although, maybe I can move this over so... Yeah, you can kind of see it in the corner. All right, let me get my face out of here and let's get my face in there. So yeah, there we go. This looks fine. Oh, I should probably back this up so you could see me as well. Durr. So yeah, this is the BiQu. I'm gonna mess the name up here. Oh man, I'm gonna mess the name up here like crazy, folks in the industry. Please stop giving your products letters and numbers for names. You have to name your products. Otherwise, they blend together and they all sound the same. Don't call it the Mark III S3. You know, call it the Taz. Call it the Tool Changer. Call it the Hamera. Just make life easy for people like us who are trying to remember all these different printers. Anyways, this is it. This is our boy. And well, I mean, it's pretty much what I said. It's got this is a Bowden printer. Although, if you're familiar with Ender style printers, the Bowden is pretty short. It's only about a foot long. It's only about I don't know 300 millimeters, give or take. And it's colored blue, although I doubt it's an which is usually the color that made kind of the blue PTFE famous was Capricorn, which makes high quality PTFE. I don't think this is the real thing though. So yeah, we've got. So basically, the way if you've never seen these printers before, the way they work is they use this fairly simple principle of operation here. You've got this gantry part here, right? You got this gantry part up here that the extruder rides on with these V bearings. There are three V bearings here, and there are 3 V bearings here, and those ride in the rails, like the notches in the aluminum extrusion. Yeah, so there's and it's the same idea for the x-axis. You have another piece of extrusion here, and the extruder rides on V bearings, and then on the bottom you have a plate that moves in and out, sort of like. So the operation is very similar to something like the Prusa, except the construction here makes first off it makes it less mechanically complex and have fewer parts, which is part of how they keep the cost down. But also it makes it really easy to flat pack this. After the last, we did one of these 3D printer streams with the Viper, and I realized that showing you how to assembling it, like doing a full unboxing, is kind of it's kind of silly, because really all it takes to assemble this thing is just take the frame, bolt it in, and hook up the wires. Like that's pretty much it. So these printers are really simple to assemble. This one took maybe 15 minutes to assemble. Now I haven't tested it yet. I haven't fully tested it. I just made sure everything was kind of powering on and working. And this one is like a little touch screen and stuff. It's pretty neat. Yeah. So yeah, let's first thing I want to do here is turn on, where is it? Where's our motor? This is what I get for not testing all this stuff in advance. Move. There we go. Let's get the Z-axis out of here. Yeah, so you see it just rides on the frame itself, and up top here you can see a little picture-in-picture. We have our filament holder. And today the filament we're going to be using is Polytera PLA. They did include a small amount of filament. Where is it? Let me just grab it. They did include a small amount of sample filament, but I just could not be bothered to rewind it. You can't like use a bit of filament like this on its own. You have to put it on a spool, and I just couldn't be bothered to rewind it. So we're going to be using Polytera PLA, which is going to be a test for this because it's not quite as easy to print as standard PLA. I think it's partially recycled or something. Yeah. Anyways, it's going to look great. It's going to contrast. Okay, so now that this is out of the way, I want to show you how freaking large this thing is. I have pulled the plates. I've pulled the plates off of our other printers, and I want to compare. So this is the plate from the tool changer, from the squirt press. And yeah, you can see it's got some crud on it because I was doing a bunch of printing and I just didn't clean it up. We're gonna end up messing this one up, don't you worry. But you can see that even though like they're about the same width, about 300 millimeters, but this one is 50 mil. This thing is like 50 millimeters bigger in maybe more. Yeah, it's probably about 100 millimeters larger, maybe give or take 75. Point is, it's bigger in the Y. Here is Prusa, right? This is the printer that I do most of my printing on. And let me get this guy out of here. You can see that like it doesn't even compare. Like the BiQu plate is massive compared to it. It's like it's a good 50 millimeters wider on all sides, and it's much taller. I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to put this thing, because I think if I put this in the 3D printer closet, I put this in the dehumidor, it'll whack into the filaments hanging on the rack. So yeah, it's much larger than this, and even the Anycubic Viper, which you remember was larger than the Prusa, even this is still really tiny by comparison. So I found a few prints that and hopefully we can do something that really shows how big we can make this. The plate is so I think it includes like basically a build tack type plate. This one is the tempered glass with some sort of coating on it. And I was specifically told, do not wash it with alcohol. They specifically told me to wash it with water instead. So we're going to do that, and we're going to see if it just sticks straight to the plate. And if it doesn't, then we'll, stick some glue on it or something. But let's take a look around the rest of it. Oh, the kit included a rubber duck for some reason. I'm trying to autofocus it, but I forgot that this camera has manual focus. They included a rubber duck, and I don't really know why. It's no gummy bear, I'll tell you that. Let's see, that should be focus again. Wait a second. This lens has autofocus. Most of the lenses so this is a micro four thirds camera. Most of the lenses I put on are Canon. The adapter doesn't make the autofocus work properly. So there you go. Anyways, yeah, let's keep taking a look at it. So the bed is permanently attached to the Y carriage. It has a little adjustment knob here with some belts. I'm not seeing any branding on the belt, so I don't know what the story is there. Yeah, the touchscreen is fairly basic. We're going to see on the side, it's got we can plug this thing into USB. We can print directly off of an SD card or a flash drive. And I should probably check. Now I'm thinking about it, we should probably check for a firmware update before we do any printing on this, just to be sure. Because this is still a fairly new printer. I think actually they sent me an Amazon link, but they're out of stock on Amazon. Yeah. So what do we got here? Yeah, so the movement feels nice and smooth. The thing, like this is folded, this is like folded powder coated steel, so it feels pretty solid. Yeah, we've got the, so the extruder is right, so the extruder has one of these like plastic shrouds on it. I'm not always a huge fan of these. We'll remove that. We'll remove that later. Corundum says it's got an Octopus MCU. I'm not 100%. We need to take a look. So, yeah, we got this little wire harness on top. We've got our Bowden tube. It does have a part cooling fan and an extruder cooling fan. And yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, we got a limit switch over here. Not the prettiest, but it works. Let's see. How do we adjust tension on the x-axis? That's hang on one sec. I don't see any good way to adjust the tension on the x-axis belt. I'm guessing that we move the idler somehow. Yeah. Anyways, fit and finish looks fairly nice. Let's turn this thing around and take a look at the back. I'm gonna have to unplug it for that. Oh, this thing is quite heavy. Oh man. So yeah, the fit and finish on the back isn't quite as crisp. We've got a little bit of exposed wiring here on the bed. I doubt that has much of an effect on the performance though. Over here we've got our Bowden. Let me think here. I probably want to move the camera around to see this a bit better. So I'm kind of I got my cables tangled. Let's see, there we go. Oh, the balance is all off because I set this thing at night when there wasn't any light coming in through the window. There we go. That should be a little easier to see. Okay, so we've got oh, this is neat. The handle. So this is a single gear drive. Let me. I pulled the camera right off the tripod. This is a very professional operation here. Oh, the wires are tangled all over the place. What a mess. So yeah, the extruder. We've got a single drive gear. We don't have like a fancy Bondtech extruder, but all the parts are metal here. We got a filament runout sensor, always a nice feature to have, and yeah, we have a single lead screw. Let's see, yeah, so we have a single lead screw. Yeah, the Viper and the Viper and the Prusa had a Z-axis lead screw on the right and on the left, but this only has one on the left, or on the right. I guess left if you're looking at the front of the printer. And I'm going to loosen this. It's not held on at the top, but it doesn't need to be. Remember, the lead screw isn't supporting the what's the way of saying it? The lead screw is just carrying the x-axis. Oh man, keep forgetting which is which. It's carrying the x-axis up, but the x, it doesn't have to hold it in place so much because of the V wheels. So the question is going to tip sideways. Yeah. So this thing wiggling around doesn't make as much of a difference. I see this complaint often about like the screw not being supported at the top. But from my understanding of mechanical systems, it doesn't have to be, because remember, like, it can't move anywhere if you're actually up that high. So I don't believe that actually causes any problems. The question though is, does only having one lead screw affect our quality? And I think the best way for us to figure that out is to do a very wide print that goes all the way across the oh, you can't see what the heck I'm talking about. I think the best way to test that will be to do a wide print that goes all the way across the x-axis to see if one side sags more than the other. Yeah, I guess we'll find that out. We'll see. Yeah, and we also see how that plays with the. So this has a sort. What do they call it? I heard someone describe it as like a magic nozzle. Basically, the entire extruder is mounted to a load cell, basically a very sensitive flex sensor. So, we hit our follower goal of 1,420 followers. Awesome. I gotta set another one. So anyways, it's on a load cell, so this thing can do auto bed leveling without any extra sensors by literally like touching the nozzle onto the bed. This means, of course, we can't do any auto leveling until we clean the nozzle thoroughly. But the question is, if the x-axis is sagging on one side because it's not supported and being driven by both lead screws, is that going to cause any problems, or is the auto... Because I think the auto mesh leveling is going to, even if it is at an angle, the mesh leveling should take that into account. So I don't know. Like I guess we're going to find out. Unfortunately, this is the type of thing that is best to test with a very large print, which is not really possible to do during a stream, because there's a limit to how long we can make the streams. Yeah. So on the whole, first impressions are the printer looks solid. There are a lot of plastic parts, but surprising amount of metal stuff. You only have one lead screw. So far this is the big question mark. We're wondering how they're making it cheaper, and one of them is by cutting a stepper. And it's also attached at the bottom. You see here with a collar. The lead screw isn't permanently mounted to the stepper, so there's a chance it could slip. I guess we'll find that. Yeah, there's a chance it'll slip. I guess that's more of a thing that'll... I don't know. If it loosens up, it'll cause just tons of problems. So I guess it's more of a failure point than anything. I doubt it'll affect the quality of printing, because it feels tight. It feels fairly tight. What do you say? Yeah, this came with your standard toolkit. Came with your standard toolkit with like tweezers and flush cutters and Allen keys. It's like IKEA. You got the little wrench. You definitely want to keep the wrench, because the way you adjust the tightness here, the way you get rid of the slop, is by getting the wrench in here, and the V wheels. Actually, it'd probably make more sense to show you on this one. So these V wheels that ride on the inner part of the frame are actually mounted on an eccentric screw, or an eccentric nut. So if you turn this, you can adjust how near or far that wheel is, how far it pushes into the groove versus riding on it. So important to have that. But I'm going to grab, let's see, I'm going to grab this guy here, and I'm just going to check the tension, or check the torque on these grub screws. Make sure everything's nice and tight. Like, I'm sure they set... This thing has clearly been tested at the factory. All the screws had all the assembly screws had a bit of the black oxide coating it was missing on the threads, which implies that they built this thing, tested it, and then tore it back down to fit in the shipping box. So I assume this was all set correctly, but, it's traveled literally around the world, so... I'm assuming that some stuff has loosened during transit. So first impressions on the whole, I mean, it's pretty solid. It's just, it's your pretty basic Ender design, except for the larger size. I do like how this isn't made of plastic. I've had back when I used a MakerBot, the idler tension lever was made of plastic, and that raised all kinds of hell. One thing I don't like here is that it doesn't seem like we can easily adjust the idler tension. There's no thumb screw or anything to manipulate the strength of the spring. So I think what we see here is what we get. I don't think we can tighten. The main purpose of being able to adjust the drive tension is if you're printing a flexible filament, you can lower it and it has a less chance of jamming. Although flexible filament isn't best through Bowden anyways. But yeah, it's something to keep. So that's another thing. They're missing a thumb screw in here. We have a filament runout sensor. This is just probably your basic micro switch sensor. Really easy to tell. We just shove some filament in there and listen for the click. Let's see. Oh, hear that? So it's just a micro switch inside. I didn't feel a ball bearing or anything, so it's just a micro switch. This thing will give us a bit of advance notice if the filament runs out. Of course, it's always a little bit awkward with a Bowden, or it's always awkward with one of these because by the time it detects it, there's nothing to grab on. There's no filament to grab onto. So hopefully you head over here. Hopefully you can hear that alert go off. We'll test it, of course, make sure it works. Hopefully the filament hasn't left the runout sensor by the time you get it, because then it can be kind of awkward to remove it. But we'll see. This is sort of like how the one in the Prusa works. This is basically the exact model that the Viper had, and I believe they sell this on its own. So if you want to add a runout sensor to your existing printer, I think you got that. I think you can actually buy this on its own. Yeah, wiring was really simple. The wire harnesses are pre-made. I zip-tied them together a little more than the instructions said because I like everything tidy. But yeah, it's connecting this thing is really just, they're all labeled, so you just, connect the Z wire to the Z motor, you connect the X to the X, you get the idea. Assembling this thing took like 15 minutes. I know my estimate changes every time, but deal with it. So that's the rundown of the printer. So let me think here. Next thing to do, I guess, is to slice something up for it. Now, we shouldn't have to do anything special with this. We shouldn't have to do anything special to slice for this, because I believe it's just running vanilla Marlin firmware. One neat aspect that I've learned about these printers is that typically the front panel and let's adjust this here. Typically the front panel and the printer itself are running different firmware. So even if it looks really exotic, I think this one's just running plain ass Marlin. Let's move this back a little bit so we can get it in frame. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna move the Z-axis up. And they said to clean this thing with water, so that's exactly what we're gonna do. It'll also give me a chance to take a sip of my trademark Mio. Get nice and caffeinated. Keep the energy level up. Let's see. Right for the job says, lead screw issues might only become visible when doing small direction reversals, like a Z-hop repeatedly. It's interesting, yeah, because the more it jiggles up and down, the more likely it is to tip on its side. So let's see. Incendium87 says, not only is it not needed, you don't want the threaded rod held at the top. You only want the smooth rods, the rails, to be held entirely rigidly, otherwise the axis is over-constrained. That's true. There's no guarantee that the aluminum extrusion is perfectly straight, so if you hold the lead screws too aggressively, it could put some tension on them, maybe even bend them or break them. That's true. I don't have as much. Let me say this: between doing the every filament episode and assembling the squirt press, the E3D tool changer, I now know more about like the low-level operation of 3D printers than I ever have in my life. I still don't know a lot about mechanical systems, so I appreciate the comments. So let's take a look at one more before we roll. Let's see. Giannis351 says, I have a single lead screw, Ender 3 Max, and it does have a little sag on the unsupported side, but by just pressing down that side before the print, it stays consistent. That's what I'm thinking. I think it's going to be, I think it'll be fine. I think it's going to be consistent. Let's see. And finally, BiQu 3D. Oh, hey, BiQu 3D printer is in chat. Hello. It would be better if the clips pin the front and back of the glass. Gotcha. All right, we'll move those around. They include 2 clips. Grab our distilled water because they said clean it with water. Yeah, they included these 2 clips here to hold the bed down. So we're gonna trust the manufacturer. We're gonna trust the word of God. So let's give this thing a little rinse. The water's beating up on it. I don't actually know what coating this is. I doubt it's PEI. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just paint. Maybe they just paint the top to like give it a mechanical connection. Let's give this another quick rinse. You see it's beating up a little less, so there was a little residue left from the manufacturing process. This thing is enormous. Oh my god. This thing is crazy. All right, so here's a question: do we need glue? If BiQu is still in chat, let's see. If BiQu is still in chat, do we use glass, or does this already have or do we use glue on the glass, or does this already have some sort of treatment on it? We also have a whole bunch of other bed adhesives. We got Magic Glue, we got all that crap. Although I don't think we're gonna need anything funny. I don't want to insert the filament just yet. I know that the SD card has a model included, but I think it'll take a little too long. In the meantime, let's head back over to the computer and take a look at some files. Let's see. Let's get the face. There we go. Let's head over to the computer and figure out what we're going to print here. I prepared some options for us to take a look at. Let's see. Where is it here? Okay, so this is a I'm on Thingiverse for now because the models I was looking for weren't on our usual buddy. So this is basically a stencil that you just trace and it turns a sheet of paper into a D&D, like a D&D character sheet. And this is a really big print. Like it's the size of a piece of 8.5 by 11 paper, presumably. So, hang on one sec. It's the size of it. It's the size of a sheet of paper, but almost the size of an A4 sheet. So, we have too many. What do we have here? Please refrain from spamming symbols. Oh, it looks like I didn't know that I didn't know that. That's weird, because it says emote protection and symbol protection, and here I'm gonna turn that off. I didn't know that it counted standard emoji as symbols. So yeah, we're gonna print this, but I don't want this to be our first print. Basically, this is a very wide, flat print, and it's going to be a pretty good way to test how consistent it is across the plate. So let's see. We have a calibration cube. This one has some extra detail in it. This is a hard mode calibration cube. It's got overhangs. It's got holes. Yeah, it's just a big pain in the butt. This is the thing that I'd like to print. This is a practical print that covers a switch, because one of the light switches right back there, it switches an outlet, not a light. There are no, doesn't switch the ceiling light. It switches the outlet, and yeah, if I flip that, it'll shut the computer off. So it would be nice to. So this looks like a fairly. This looks like a fairly small and manageable print. Maybe even a little too small now that I'm looking at it. These details here look fragile. What else? What else did I have? I think that was it. Let's take a look at the detailed cube. Let's see how long that'll take. So this printer can run up to 100 millimeters per second. And I think once we know we get a good print going, then we'll open it up and see what happens. But at least for now, we'll run it at a more sensible speed. I think we'll try put like 50 millimeters for outside wall, for like 50 millimeters to 35, somewhere in the neighborhood. So let's open this up with Super Slicer. And see how hard it is to create a profile. I believe it shouldn't be terribly difficult to make a profile. I'm just going to slice this thing as if it were, hang on a second, PLA, we got fairly fast. Yeah, I'm going to slice this thing as if it were for the squirt burst, for the tool changer, just to get an idea. So it says an hour. I think an hour is reasonable. I think we can wait an hour. Let's see, we're printing this. Oh, hang on a second. No, I'm wrong here. I will have to print this on an 0.4 millimeter extruder for an accurate estimate. 55 minutes. Okay. Yeah. This is going to be pretty tricky. There's a lot of detail on the top and the sides. We have some 45-degree overhangs on this side. We have a whole bunch of different overhangs on this side, so we're going to get an idea of how well the cooling fan works. Looks pretty good. Everyone's saying benchy. AC Freezer says, so the eBay link goes to a page that says this promotion isn't available anymore. Check out the... Oh, that's... All right. Then let's edit that real quick. Where is it? Let's just edit that real quick. Oy vey. Just set it to use the AliExpress link. They've been selling a lot of these. Let's see. I'm gonna copy this. Yeah, they've been selling a whole bunch of these. So when I checked this out last night, the Amazon link was sold out, but the eBay link was fine. But it looks like now the eBay link is sold out. So I guess you should move quickly if you like what you see. I don't know what this code is for, but I think that might have been for Amazon. But we'll see. So yeah, let's get this thing set up. So it should be fairly simple to get this going. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to printer settings. We're gonna manage our printers, and we can start with the one that's fairly close and just take it from there. Anycubic Mega 0 seems like a safe choice. What else do we have here? We have an artillery printer. Do we have a BiQu printer? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, they haven't. They mostly sell parts. Sidewinder looks like a fairly close match. I don't even know what a Bebo printer is. Oh God! Remember when rep wraps looked like this? It scared me off of building. This printer scared me off of printing as a whole for like half a decade. Let's see. Got some Creality printers. This is sort of similar to the Ender Max. I think the Ender Max is the closest. I saw an Ender 6 at Micro Center a while ago, and the same with the CR6 Max. They are the bulkiest. They take up so much freaking desk space. So we're gonna start with the Ender 3 Max, and we're just gonna edit it. They should be fairly straightforward. They're both. Yeah, they should be fairly straightforward. They both have mesh leveling. They both run Marlin. We just need to adjust the specs. So the max print height is 340 millimeters. The bed shape is 310 by 310. Our origin is the front left. That's correct. Let's just see. We have... Oh, wait. Hang on a sec. We're looking at the... No, I don't want to delete this printer. I want to revert, because we don't want to mess around with the Squirt Cephany. We want to mess around with this. Okay, there we go. 340 millimeters by 310 by 310 origin. Let's just start at 0, 0, see what happens. Let's see. All right, so BiQu sent a Facebook link, so you can check that. For any of you watching in the future on YouTube, I will put that in the description. So, I should probably... I think I can make a mark or something, so I can remind myself to come back here later. I think this is it. I think that's it. Did that do anything? Did that work? I don't know. How do I work this crazy thing? So let's see. There's one extruder. We're running Marlin. Cooling fan. I don't think we need to speed it up. Minimum retraction length. We gotta set our bed length. Bed shape. Already did that. Take a look at our custom code. Set temporary nozzle temperature to 104. Warm things up. Prime the nozzle. We're gonna draw. It looks like we're drawing a big fat line. This looks pretty similar to the Prusa code. I mean, this is a fork of Prusa slicer. So yeah, let's see how this worst case scenario. Something just worst case scenario, like we hear some clicking noises and we unjam the filament. What's the worst that could happen? Look at the freaking size of this thing. So let's see here. I guess we could. There's no reason not to print it dead in the center. So we got our weighted companion cube here. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and put the brim on. Right. Our filament settings need to be tweaked a little bit. yeah, our filament settings need to be tweaked a little bit. We're gonna run the extruder. We're gonna start at 225, and then we're gonna run the rest at 220 because this plastic print's a tiny little bit hotter, tiny little bit. I love Greek 16 asks, when will the Ultimate Printer Part 1 stream be on the replay channel? Well, technically it already is on the channel. I just don't have the time to, I just haven't had the time to write all those descriptions. I have to, remember, like, there's no way to transfer a video on YouTube from one channel to another, so I have to manually, I can't just copy and paste either, because some of, like, the links have expired, some of that stuff, so I basically have to recreate everything and transfer it all manually. So I've been uploading first because that's what takes the most time, and now we just need to, you know, actually type out all those commands. All right, there we go. So our print settings, we're going to run this. What are our layers here? We're running 0.15 millimeter layers. Let's try 0.2. Let's see if that saves us some time. See if that saves us a little time. It saves us 3 minutes, so I don't think it's worth it. Let's go back to 1.15. All right, let's grab our SD card. Where is it? Here it is. It says 2 gigabytes. 2 gigabytes. There you go. No further information is available or will be provided. How do I get this thing in? I think that's the right slot. You ever stuck an SD card in the wrong slot and then it gets lost inside and you gotta shake it out? So it says 1 hour 3 minutes, so we can shave off 10 minutes by dropping the quality. I don't think it's worth it. Create Render 3 Max. I think this is yeah, I think this is everything we need. So I think it froze. I probably should have saved all those. Oh, never mind, we're good. So let's see, our USB drive. So this, see, detail calibration cube. I guess like while we have this thing installed, let's take a quick look at. We can take a quick, as is tradition, look at the manual. They want. Let's see. Usually these things have a Cura profile. Looks like that's what they did here. But I would prefer not to use Cura if I can use something open source that I'm already using for other printers. So yeah. It's really, like, it includes an extra nozzle, which is always nice. This uses a cone-shaped, I think this is like the Ender-style nozzle. I'm not 100%. Let's see. Just zoom out a little bit. Oh yeah, I got the widget set up. If you've seen all the alerts pop up. Yeah, I finally got that set up. Let me know if it's too annoying. I think the follower notifications might be a little much. So I did all this last night. It took like 15 minutes to build this thing. It was super simple. So we have to load our filament. Obviously, we're not just going to start running it. But let's take a look at slicing. That's what I want to know. Online printing. So there's nothing in here about slicing. Probably in the, let's see, it's probably in the Cura folder. Is it even? What the heck's going on here? There we go. Alright, so this is just, so they just include Cura. Installation tutorial. Alright, so it's a YouTube video. We'll watch that only if absolutely necessary. Let's take a look. Oh, let's take a look at this Word file. After installing, well, oh boy, we're off to a good start. How do I drag this window around? There's only one tiny part of this. Let's see. After installing well the slicing software, then next open the main interface, preferences, configure Cura. Printers add BiQu B1. They're renaming it. Yeah, so this is seems straightforward. 1.75 millimeter filament. Yeah, so there's nothing funny going on here. Alrighty. Yeah. Let's give this a shot. I can't get the frickin' SD card out of the thing. There we go. Okay. Button. Who's got the button? We want this guy. Hi, I'm back. So yeah, let's give this thing a print. First, let's go and preheat to PLA. And let's go over to the extrude menu. I put the roll of filament in backwards because I'm very, very smart. Grab this here. Sorry BiQu for making you folks stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning. Sorry for the misunderstanding. So let's release the tension here. Yeah, it's missing the whole lol. Gamers rise up. So let's push this all the way down. Otherwise, we're going to be waiting here for like 10 minutes for this thing to advance the filament through the Bowden. And yeah, that's neat. It looks like the extruder has a sock. That's kind of a cool feature to come standard. It's got a silicone cover around the heater block. Hopefully they sell replacements because that is a consumable component. The silicone sock basically insulates the heater block, so the part cooling fan doesn't affect the temperature of the print. And silicone degrades as it stays hot, so eventually after a few hundred hours, it'll have to be replaced. It'll start to relax and fall off, and then eventually it'll just crumble. So, I'm gonna want the ability to replace that. Let's see. Okay, here we go. That heated up really quickly. That's it. We're hot. The bed's still going, but let's see. Load. Is it working? I don't see anything turning. It just squirted a tiny bit. It says 5 millimeters here, and I thought that meant 5 millimeters per second. So you see a little bit of white. See that? We fed our green filament in, a little bit of white came out. That's because this thing has been tested. That's always good. We like having things pre-tested at the factory. All right, that should be enough. Especially because this thing is going to prime itself. Yeah. Again, we're using Polyterra PLA, which is a partially recycled PLA, and I believe Polymaker plants a tree for each spool, and they do carbon, like CO2. They offset the CO2. They buy carbon credits or something. It's eco-friendly, all that stuff. So, yeah, Here, let's go over to leveling. Wipe all the plastic off here, and let's run the auto bed level. Let's see here, nozzles nice and clean. Probably should have done this first. This might be done automatically in the G code, in the start G code. I just forgot to check. So let's see. Clean the nozzle. It's dropping the temperature down to 140. So it's going to take a sec. Yeah, I did this last night, but I just in case, because we unplugged it in order to turn it around. So just in case. So we're going to let this thing go back down to 140, it looks like. Have to make sure the nozzle's nice and clean, or it won't get a good calibration. And yeah, then we'll run our cube. Yeah, run a cube. As for what we're going to do during that time, so we have a few things to do here. We're gonna have a little bit of time to kill. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of time to kill as we wait for this thing to finish printing. So we have to figure out what we're gonna do for that, and the printer has to get named. I've prepared a number of squirt-based names, and all right, this should start leveling in any moment now. I've prepared a number of squirt-based names for us to choose between as we wait for this thing to run. There we go. I think auto leveling here, I think is fairly fast, so we're not going to be waiting very long. In the meantime, let's take a look at some chats, at some chat skis. Oh, there's a little bit of chatter on what to put your printer on. You notice how slowly it's going down. This is a slow z-axis is one of the downsides of the Ender style printers. It's not a huge deal because there isn't really a reason to book it on the z-axis. You're never really trying to move up and down that quickly, but it's just a little bit of idiosyncrasy. So yeah. Getting your printer on a stable surface makes a big difference. I went to Home Depot and I bought a bunch of pavers. I talked about them in the last episode, but I also put them on I've got the Squirt-Cephany on the floor, and I put the pavers under that, and it's made a big difference. The printer shakes around a lot less. Much more stable. Yeah, so you see there's no, it doesn't have a BL touch or a pin to probe or any ultrasonic crap or any hull sensor mumbo jumbo. It just is literally whacking the nozzle into the plate and detecting when it bends off to the side a little bit. The Viper had that feature too, but it's kind of stopped working. I hopefully this one is a little more. That's a way of saying it. Hopefully the piece of metal that is holding it on is a bit wider, but we'll take a look. I'm sure it's possible. Maybe it's possible to fix the issue. So how exactly is that? How exactly does that work? What the hell is a load cell? So basically, if you ever took like your 100 level intro to circuits class, at some point you're going to simplify resistor networks. Basically, figure out what the equivalent resistance for a number of resistors connected to the same circuit is. And eventually you're going to have one that looks like a diamond, right? You're going to have point A, point B, and then two resistors forking out, and then each one has a resistor connected to it, and they go back. And nothing really fun, it's not particularly difficult, right? Top series resistor, you add them together, right? Bottom series resistor, you add them together. And then they're in parallel, so I basically average them. Okay. But in that diamond configuration, if any one of those resistors changes, even by a very small amount, because of the math involved, it causes the equivalent resistance to be drastically different. And that's how these work. It's called a Wheatstone bridge. And basically, the load cell is a strip of metal with a resistor on it. Literally, they just glue a resistor to it. And when the thing bends a little bit, it pulls the conductive particles a little further away inside the resistor. It stretches it out a little bit, makes it a little bit thinner and longer, just a minute amount, a fraction of an ohm. And that is enough for it to detect that, there's some strain on it. It's also called a strain gauge. These are used in digital scales, earthquake sensors, all kinds of crazy crap. And they just because the sensor itself is made of metal, it's sturdy enough. They just freaking mount the extruder to it, and there you go. Okay, we are homed. So let's insert our SD card. They're calling it a TF card. I don't think this is micro SD and trans flash are different, right? I'm not. Am I crazy? I hope I'm not crazy. Okay. So how do we print? Oh, the print button. Onboard SD. Let's see. Detailed calibration cube. That's it, right? Why does it say 120? What's going on here? I think something's gone wrong. I think it's. Hang on a sec. Yeah, stop printing. I must have typed something wrong. Yeah, it had the nozzle set to 120 Celsius. That's, yeah. Hang on a sec. Boop. Had the nozzle set to 120 Celsius. So, something must have gone wrong in our print. Let's see, filament, 225, 220. That's weird. Mateer Hack says they're basically the same, micro SD and trans flash. It's a name used to avoid paying royalties for the SD logo. That's a good point. Why did this thing try to print 120 degrees? What's going on here? Is there some sort of override or something? Machine limits? There shouldn't be. Tool name, lift Z. That's weird. Maybe it was something from the calibration process. That's weird. Alright. Stick this thing back in and make sure there's nothing else at play here. So this is, yeah, it's set to 0. The bed's set to 0. Let's print. It says 120 on the nozzle. That's really weird. It's got the correct temperature for the bed, but it says 120 instead of 250. That's really weird. So we got baby stepping. We can adjust. Hang on a second. Let's pause this. I don't want this to start printing. Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know why it's trying to print it at 120. It should be set at 225. Figure that out later. So I'm just going to pause the I'm just going to pause the print while we wait for it to come up to temperature. And yeah, we haven't heard anything back from BiQu, so I'm going to assume that we can just print straight on this plate. PLA is not going to crack the plate. Worst case scenario here. Worst case scenario here, if we don't use glue, is that it just won't stick. And we will know immediately if that's the case, and we'll just throw some glue on it. I have a lot of glue. Don't you worry about that. This nozzle is heating up very quickly. I wonder how hot the cartridge they put in this is. This is pretty zesty. All right. Bed is nice and hot. They said in their email, like that I should print it at 80, but I should put the bed at 80, but I don't think that's. I think they meant I shouldn't bring it. I should print below 80, not at 80, because that's very hot for PLA. It'll actually soften the bottom layer and make it all elephant's footy. Okay, now we should be able to print. So I'm gonna kneel down so I can watch the filament going for it. Let's wipe that booger off of there. What's it doing? Oh, is it gonna try to raise it all the way to the top to even it out? Nope. Oh, it's just gonna auto home. All right. We're gonna prime our nozzle. Prime that nozzle. Looks like we're gonna want to change the origin a tiny bit. Nozzle's nice and primed. Let's see. It seems like it's sticking. Let's see. So we're gonna use the baby step feature to. Let's see. How are we looking here? We're gonna want to bring the. So this is. Yeah. This isn't looking. This isn't looking great. It's leveled a little too close. So. Where's our baby stepping? So we're gonna want to back the nozzle up a little bit. I don't actually know what the baby. Does plus mean it's bringing it closer or further? I think I had this backwards. I think I was bringing it closer when I meant to set it further. No, I had it right the first time. No, higher baby step means it's further away. Let's see. I'm just having a hard time getting this to go down right. It's looking very blobby. I'm thinking it might be over extruding. Let's see. I'm gonna let it finish the first layer, and then we'll halt the print and take a look at it. All right. Let's stop the print. All right. Let's see. Well, definitely stuck. So, first question answered. Yeah. So it's looking very. You know what? I'm gonna swap this lens out with the zoom lens because it's pretty awkward not being able to get in close. Hang on one sec. Put this guy over here. Put this guy here. We're not going to need this lens cap. There we go. Always a struggle figuring out which lens we need. All right. Can I zoom in any further? That's what we got. All right. So check that out. You see what's all? You see what's got all those ridges? So the question is, are those caused by over-extrusion or the nozzle being too close? Well, the easy one to fix is the nozzle being too close. So see how it's all ruffled and ridged? The easy one to fix is the nozzle being too close. So we're gonna reprint. And it looked like this thing really did need to be cleaned with water. I wonder what they're putting on this thing. This bed, it's stuck pretty well. So we're gonna reprint. Again, it's gone back to 120. So I guess maybe there's something wrong with the flavor of the G code. We're gonna pause this again. So we're gonna do the exact same thing, except this time we're going to baby step it down a little bit closer. I think that's. I just want to make sure this lines up well. I want you folks to be able to see what's going on. All right, we're going to let this thing get back up to 220, and yeah, we'll run it again, except this time we're going to back the nozzle up a little further from the plate. And yeah, if the first layer is still going down a little too rigid and lumpy, then it's probably the extrusion multiplier, and that's really simple. It'll take a few minutes, but we can easily calibrate it and get this thing working in peak condition. In the meantime, I'm going to grab myself a USB. Here we go. Grab myself a USB extension cable and a Type A cable, because if we do need to do this, we're going to need to be able to. If we do want to do this, we're going to have to connect this thing over USB so that we can run G code directly on the printer. All right. So let's keep the baby stepping set up. I'm going to start by backing it up to 0.15. We'll see how well this goes. Maybe it was a 120. Now I'm thinking about it, because maybe it like cuts the temperature while it's homing itself or something, so that like a booger can't throw off the strain gauge. Anyways, if we have to run our own G code, just have to connect this thing to the computer using USB, and we can use a regular extension cable for that. But first, I'll get out of the way in a sec. Let's keep our fingers on the button. Try to get this thing to lay up a nice line. Okay, so this is a little thick. Should be able to see some of the action. All right, still a little high. You can tell because the layer lines aren't touching each other. All right, I'm gonna back it down. Maybe the first time was a fluke. I'm back. Yep, I'm bringing it down. Still not enough squish. Still not enough squish factor. We want the bottom layer lines to be touching. What's going on here? Basically, we want this thing to be just low enough that the bottom layer lines touch each other and merge together. So it looks like there's a tiny bit of under extrusion going on. So we could try printing this cube, and hopefully Hopefully it works well enough without having to calibrate it, because you know how I like doing any kind of work whatsoever. Alright, this is looking much better. Can you see anything, or is my head blocking it? I think that's alright. Okay, let's drop the... oh, come on. Let's drop the camera and try not to destroy everything. Move this in a little bit. Alright, first layer is looking pretty good. That's not bad. Maybe I'll see it a little better when it's printing closer to the back. Have there been any 3D printer? It's still looking a little ridgy. I think maybe I dropped it too much. Yeah, so you see those lines on it? It probably means the extruder is a little too close to the plate. By the way, this type of stuff isn't unique to this printer. Every printer needs a little bit of work to dial it in when you first get it. That's really weird. Now it's way too close. Before it was way too far. Now it's way too close. Maybe there's some funny stuff going. Maybe the number of Z steps or something is wrong. 'Cause I thought the printer like did that internally. Like I thought it knows how many steps it has to move. You know, like I thought the G-code command is like move 0.5 millimeters, move 0.15 millimeters up, not move X steps up. So I don't really know what's going on here. I think I may have screwed something up. I guess we should just use Cura, because that's what they recommend. So I guess there was something intrinsic to that we messed up. This is looking all rough. All right. It's been a while since I checked chat. I don't think this is going to take any damage. So let's see. Auto bed leveling is a godsend. I love auto bed leveling. BiQu says, try the BB setting first and adjust the distance between the hotbed and extruder. Also pay attention to hotbed temperature. Bed temperature is 60. I think that's good. BB stepping, well, we got the first layer. Like, the first layer went down great, but now the other layers are not looking too good. Let me try to back this up even more. I'm thinking that there's something funny. There's something funny going on with, like, the printer profile, like some sort of like specs or something. But there's nothing. That's weird. But there's nothing in the G-code. I don't think there's anything in the G-code that affects that. So I don't know how that could be the case. So now I'm just baby stepping it up like a lot, just to see if it has any effect at all. If the problem is some sort of like Z calibration, then we should be able to fix it just by baby stepping it to account for that. For this layer, it'll still screw up for future layers. But if that's not the case, then the problem is over extrusion. So let's see what goes down here. So alright, so I'm baby stepping it up. Yeah. What do they call it? Like, Prusa printers have like a fancy name for this feature. I forget what it is. Okay. So I stepped it up, and now it seems to be printing well. So I'm not sure it's an extrusion multiplier issue. I think it's some sort of calibration issue. So we can leave this thing running and see what happens. Bottom layer is going to be a little lousy, but see what goes down. I just want to watch this print a few layers in a row to see if it starts, you know, mashing the nozzle into the filament. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully I, you know, don't need to do any low-level messing around with the printer, because you know how much I love doing actual work. There is just it's the fun part of the job is having to do things never done before with lots of people watching. I never seem to be able to prepare enough for these streams. All right. So it looks like this thing is going, at least for now. It's hard to tell. All right, let's let this thing. Let's let this thing sit. Try to center this a little bit more. Yeah, I can't. Can I lower the camera? Yeah, I can lower the camera. All right. Let's try to give you folks a good view of the proceedings. There we go. And brighten things up a little bit. Kind of a cool looking shot because of the light coming in through the window. Alrighty. Cool. Extrusion multiplier could be off. Axis E-steps being off from the factory seem unlikely. I'm inclined to agree. I have getting too caught up. I gotta credit people when I answer their comments. There we go. Fortunately, zoom lens and shallow focal planes kind of go together. But on the whole, that looks all right. So here, re-engage my face. Seems like it's working okay. It does bother me a lot that I had to baby step it nearly half a millimeter between the bottom layer and the next layer up. Oh, let's see what happens. Could be the extrusion multiplier. We might be. But could be the extrusion multiplier. But I feel like if it was that, I feel like if it was the extrusion multiplier, then it would be over extruding about now, and I think it looks all right. It looks okay. I guess we'll finish printing it and see what happens. So this thing should. That's what I'm thinking. Truro Barton says could be E-steps. That's what I'm thinking. Let's let this thing finish printing, and then we will do the basic E-step calibration and see what the damage is. That's what the USB. That's what the USB thing is for, so that we can take a look at the G-code, and we can run the... Because in order to calibrate the E-steps, you have to be able to run G-code to figure out what the E-steps already are, so you know how to adjust them. It does look like it's printing all right. The proof is in the pudding, though. This model has a lot more detail at the bottom than it does at the top, so we're not going to have a good sense of how things are proceeding until we get a little higher up. Now, this print in total is about an hour. Said an hour and 3 minutes, give or take, and we are 10 minutes in, so we still have a bit of time to kill. This won't be the only thing we print today, hopefully. So, the question is, what should we do with this time? And in order to help decide that, I set up a poll. Let me see if I can actually figure out how to activate it. So the question is, what are we going to do with the extra time while we wait for the printer? Let's see. So the options I have here are play video games, work on the Cyberdeck project, shoot the next episode, start another 3D print. That was a joke. We're going to get rid of that one. We're going to just watch the print. Maybe like a Q&A session. Q&A. Anything else? Anyone else interested in polls? Bootdisc says turn the print speed up 300%. We'll do that. We'll do that last. I want to actually see how this thing works fairly. I want to see how this thing works in a fair setting. You know? Okay, here we go. I think there we go. How should we waste time while this print finishes? So we could play some video games, we could work on the Cyberdeck, we could shoot footage for the next episode, we could just shut up and watch the print, or could do a little Q&A, do a little Q&A action. I think we'll run this thing until, for me, 1:30, so we'll give you folks about 5 minutes. Someone asked what I'm drinking. This is Green Thunder Mio. Green Thunder. Is that the scariest name you ever heard? Green Thunder Mio out of my merch. It is not as swamp water yellow in real life as it looks in this picture. It's a bright neon green. I just realized, speaking of, we never turned the freaking shelves on. Oh my god. That's like the first, it's supposed to be like the first thing we do every time. Gotta turn the shelves on. I should give Discord I should give Twitch chat the ability to mess with the shelves. Quiso says, Black Cherry Mio is my faves. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. R. Elysium says, automate it, dude. There is no possible way that the time saved automating this will be well spent. There is, considering that it only takes me typing in like 4 characters to turn the lights on, assuming the ESP32 is still working, the regulator keeps like overheating or something. So you can see that line at the bottom where we had to baby step it like crazy to get it working. Yeah, it looks like the microcontroller is screwed, or at least the home assistance. All right, let me. I feel like I've explained this in a past episode, but oh, there we go. I feel like yeah, it's the regulators, I think, overheating or something. I think I've explained this in a past episode, but there are a few projects, not just projects, but like entire domains that I'm gonna try to avoid as best I can, because they are time sinks that they will siphon your life out. They'll just consume. They'll just like vaporize years of your life and leave you with nothing. And one of them is, let's see, these have to change a little bit. I haven't updated this in a while, but the top 3 at least back in the day were number 3 was drones. Although I think that one should be taken off the list now, because it's much easier to get into drones now that they're pre-built ones. Number 2, which I think still holds, is building your own 3D printer. And having just built my own 3D printer, I can agree with that. Now even then, I was doing that on easy mode, so I was a kit. Yes, it is never worth building a 3D printer from parts. There's no reason to do it. There never was. There never will be. It's just, all it's going to do is suck tons of your life out and never give it back. But number 1, the biggest waste, the biggest black hole from which no usable project ever seems to escape, is home automation. I would never, under any circumstances, do a home automation project. Not even touching it. It's the only type of project that, when I was doing prototypes for clients, I would straight up refuse. It's so difficult to make a home automation system do all the things you want it to and be reliable that it's safe to say it's impossible. And when I say that, I mean that here, like, actually, yeah. See, normally I'd say that it needs to work as well as a light bulb or a light switch. But problem is, I don't remember which of those light switches turns off the light and which one turns off the computer. So, yeah, you can do a small, on a per device basis, home automation is kind of a waste of time. But yeah, as soon as you try to integrate multiple systems in it, it becomes a nightmare. And if those systems are on multiple protocols, like, if you have an X10 thing and a Philips Hue and some stuff with MQTT, just spend that time like reading books or playing video games or something. You're going to get the same amount of project out of it. So this thing looks like it's going all right. Maybe I should try to light this a little better so you fine folks can actually see what the heck is going on here. It's really hard. This printer does not have that looks a little better. This printer does not have a headlight on it, which is a feature I'm really falling in love with. So it looks like, all right, so it's 1:30, last licks. If you haven't voted in the poll, vote now, and let's see how we're going to waste the rest of this time while this print is finishing. And I guess we'll run the same poll again, maybe make some changes. Looks like we got a little curling there. And yeah, this is a hell of a test. This is a pretty freaking aggressive torture test here. So I'm curious to see how this works. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the poll. So with 30 votes over 5 minutes, number 2 is Q&A session. Number 1 is work on the cyber deck. And that was the one that I was hoping we do, because I'm really behind schedule on that and I really have to work on the cyber deck. Mr. Enchimima says, I still want to build a Voron. Oh, I want to be very clear here. When I say building a 3D printer from scratch, I mean like designing the parts yourself, buying a bunch of steppers, right? Buying like a duet board and just doing it all yourself, like designing it yourself. I don't mean following a set of instructions that you just assemble yourself. I mean starting from zero. Yeah, don't do that. Let's Arwen Pupper says, my Echo nagged me to review some crap I bought recently, and out of anger at the audacity of this binge, I gave it 1 star and I had a rant. Oh, I haven't hooked up our Echo in a long time, but if it asked anything unsolicited, I would have gotten rid of it. Yeah. Bootdisk says, aka the Cyberdeck Cafe says, that's how I built my 400 square millimeter printer or cubic millimeter printer. It wasn't that bad. All right. Well, did you start by designing all the brackets and things, or did you just like take an existing design and like modify it and like, you know, maybe extend the lengths of rail used to make it a bit bigger, or did you like design the entire thing like from zip on your own? Because that's what I'm talking about. And a lot of people want me to do that. I think with the drones have become infinitely easier to do nowadays. Bootdisk says it was cheaper to buy a whole printer and only use the frame and replace everything else. Okay, yeah, that's not building a printer from scratch. Building a printer from scratch means you start by modeling the blocks that hold the extrusions and the rails together. Or the steel rods or whatever you're using. All right, so I think that one has to be replaced with, I don't know, what's another project that's a dead end? Restoring a classic car is up there. Restoring anything, really. I don't get, like, I guess I would put vintage computers in there, but people seem to enjoy them. I don't really understand why, but people seem to like the classic computers. I feel like the only person on the planet who's going to say that I remember how crappy technology was when I was a kid, and I have no desire. There's no nostalgia for technology from when I was younger. Technology was crap when I was younger. Like, I knew the frickin' N64 had garbage graphics. Like, I knew Doom looked like crap. Like, all right, Doom kind of gets a pass because it's stylized, but I knew the frickin' N64 looked like garbage. Like, don't give me that. Like, every time I see that meme of like a screenshot of GoldenEye, and everyone's like, back in the day we thought this was so realistic. I was like, who thought that was realistic? Why would anyone think that's realistic? Like Boris Yeltsin's head looked like a cube back then, and it looks like a cube now. I'm pretty sure he had more polygons than anyone else too. Anyways, Aerator says Zack just burned all the 8-Bit Guys content. I'm being a little facetious. Like, yeah, the nostalgia aspect, I don't feel personally, but I get it. And I know there's like this puzzle aspect, like you're trying to program on deliberately underpowered hardware. So like constraints breed creativity. Like, I get it. Supa Kartoffel says, "Hey Zach, did you fix the order of LEDs in the Chromance? It looks good." No, I didn't. I just created a bunch of presets that hide the fact that all the LED strips are out of order. Never put off a problem that you could just throw in the trash. All right, let's switch over to here, and you folks probably want to be able to see the printer going. So let's put the printer in the picture-in-picture. Wow, that's a tongue twister. And let's put a little time into the Cyberdeck. So so there's a bit of a development on the Cyberdeck project, sort of. I was approached. Yeah, there's nothing really to talk about with the printer right now, so like we're just going to let this thing print. It should have about half an hour or 40 minutes left on it. Ivance Bellin said, odd job, best character for multiplayer. Yeah, I mean, in terms of min-maxing, yes, because he had a smaller hitbox. But I don't know. I like the female love interest because GoldenEye had polygon perfect collision detection, so like basically her model had all kinds of bits and stuff sticking out all over the place. So you often get killed by being shot in a really weird place, like you get killed by being shot in her hair, and I just thought that was hysterical. Honestly, though, I thought the best games were everyone playing James Bond himself or Oddjob, because then everyone's like all well dressed and it's like classy. It's like a black tie affair. Anyways, here, Zhao RP 2040. So last time we were talking about using the Raspberry Pi 2040 for the mechanical keyboard. And it's a great choice because number one reason is because it has a lot of I/O on it. Or it has like a lot of flexibility in the I/O. The other reason why I like it is because it runs CircuitPython natively. It runs MicroPython, CircuitPython, and that's great for a mechanical keyboard because it makes it super easy to update the firmware. So like if you're using QMK or something, for sure the firmware works great, but whenever you want to update it, you have to compile it, you have to load it. It's a giant pain in the ass. The RP 2040 is even better because you can just take your Python sketch and just drag it straight in there and bam, you're up to date. The reason why I didn't want to use it is because it's not possible to get the official PiPico module in quantity, and the RP 2040 is only available in a leadless part that's just a nightmare for home gamers to solder. So, Seed approached me about something else that I wasn't interested in, but I noticed they had this product. This is the Zhao RP 2040, which is a Raspberry Pi module, which is an RP 2040 module in a very small form factor with USB Type-C. And this is and it's available in a castellated package. It's super easy to solder, and because it's not an official, it's not subsidized by a nonprofit company to sell for $250, they should be able to manufacture these things in quantity. So I'm thinking that we'll switch this thing over. We'll just basically take all of that code. We'll take all that code that we wrote for all that circuit stuff that we did for the Leonardo, and just tear it all out and build ourselves in a footprint to use this guy. And what's cool is that even if they discontinue this, they have a number of boards in the same form factor, so hopefully one of them will be able to work in there. Worst case scenario, we can just design our own. So this one's got like a SAM9. Are these all in back order? Because they told me they had they told me they have this thing in stock. All right. Yeah, they said this thing. They said they have this. It says on back order. Oh no. Well, I can't use something that's on back order. We need all our stuff now. All right. Well, I guess that kind of screws us over. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say that we should switch it over using the Zhao form factor, but it's on back order. So crap. Okay, never mind. Boot just says buy it from Amazon. So like there are two things at play here. The first is, can I get myself one of these right now? And the second thing is, will we be able to get them in quantity if we want to sell this thing as a kit? And both of those have to be true. And they assured me that, like Seed Studio, I'm fairly sure they're going to get more in stock eventually. I just need it right now. Zhao RP 2040. I have to be careful because some of these supply shortages are some of these supply shortages are only temporary. Yeah, so it looks like they're selling. So on Amazon you can get the Zhao, but this is the SAMD version. But the question is, can we? The question is, first off, do these have the same pinout? The second, so we can, we should look that up. Do these have the same pinout, or are they just have the same form factor? The second thing we need to look at is. Can the SAM version act like a USB keyboard, and is it going to be hard to design? You know what? This is too much thinking. We're gonna bunt on this one, and we're just gonna lay out the other half of the keyboard. So what did I call this thing? I called this the Data Blaster. Data Blaster. I think maybe I just call it the Cyber Deck. The problem with the name Data Blaster is that it doesn't have good SEO. It's too generic. So here we go. We got the Cyber Deck mechanical keyboard, and we have our schematic and our board. I think we're going to do the same form factor. So I also want to load micro-reference j1.schematic. What the heck? What the hell is that? Why did it open this? Oh, because it reopened the files that I had open last time. I really wish I could figure out how to keep Windows from doing that. So last time we worked on this, let's rat's nest this up. So last time we worked on this, we routed, let's full screen this. We routed all of the traces for the keys on the left-hand side, and we routed most of. So the way this thing is working is. The way this thing works is it's a 60% mechanical keyboard with a little funkiness going on in the bottom row, and it's got 5 OLED screens. I think we initially has 6 OLED screens on the side. It's pretty sweet. And these things are basically going to act like buttons with screens on them. Pardon. So we had these mostly wired up. We had all the keys on the right-hand side wired up. And yeah, we're just going to take it from here. I thought I'd finished routing this entirely, but I guess not. So yeah, we're doing this in millimeters because we're cool now. I've decided to be a filthy globalist and use the and go over to metric as much as possible for my projects. Yep. Being a filthy globalist, embracing my Jewish heritage. It's Rosh Hashanah soon, by the way. For any of you, anyone, I don't know who would be interested in that, but yeah, Jewish New Year. It's like, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. Chinese New Year is much more fun. Yeah, Rosh Hashanah is one of those holidays where you spend all day in synagogue. Although there is a feast. There's a meal involved. Oh, is this making is a noise coming through to? Hang on one sec. Are you hearing the noise? Like, are you hearing that stupid sound it makes whenever you finish a chip? Doesn't look like it. Behaving Beaver says, what board is it using right now? It's implementing I think it's implementing the Arduino Nano, the one with Arduino Mini Micro. I think it's Arduino. I think it's implementing the Arduino Micro. It's got an what the heck is it called? The Atmega 32U4. Yeah, I'd prefer not to use one. They're kind of a pain in the ass. So yeah, yes. Happy New Year, 5,000. Happy New Year, 5782 says Avman86. That's right. The world is 5,782 years old. Although it's very unlikely that the early years in the Torah are the Earth revolving around the sun, or I mean the sun revolving around the Earth because the Earth is flat and it's the center of the universe. I keep forgetting about the state of the art. So yeah, so we still need to place a bunch of components here. I'm gonna I think we should refrain from doing that because there's a chance that we're just gonna be, yeah. There are a bunch of support parts that the processor, the processor needs, but we might be replacing that processor, so I'm a little concerned about wasting time on that. Instead, let's wire up the right side. So the right side, let's wire up the left side. So the left side is using the same I/O expander. We're using I2C I/O expanders instead of matrixing these because I'm a filthy casual. But yeah, we just basically want to lay out the same thing. And we're going to do that the same way we did last time. We're going to open up our, hang on one sec, we're going to put our schematic on one side, and we're going to put our drawing on, we're going to put our board on the other side. And I know a lot of the text is blocking it, so let's get rid of that. Actually, let's keep this here because they paid for it. Yeah, and we'll just wire this up. So this is the schematic. All right, so let's see. Oh, I made myself a little note. Pull this down if you don't use it, you jabroni, because I don't know if I'm actually going to need to use this I/O line. So I'm going to leave myself a note. But anyways, we're just going to group, not gore up. We're going to group all of this. So I don't see. I want to group all this, but I don't want to group any of the lines. We're just going to copy this. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We're just going to copy our schematic, and I'm just going to we're just going to move it over here and mirror it to make it. Let's see. I'm going to mirror it to make the schematic look nice and symmetrical, because I know how much people love symmetrical stuff. So, again, our goal here is to route this thing. Let's see. There we go. So our goal is to route this thing so the wires don't have to overlap. The fewer vias, the better. The fewer vias. I still haven't figured out what the correct pronunciation there is. The fewer, the better is kind of what I'm saying. So this needs to go on the bottom. Let's rat's nest this. One of the things I don't like is all the ground wires. They're really cluttering things up. So before we proceed, I think I'm just going to... I don't even know where I'm going to put this. I think that's a good question. Where we're actually going to place this, because there's on this side we put the on the right side right here we're going to have these OLEDs. So we're just putting the I/O expander under the OLEDs, but we don't have anything like that on the right side or on the left side. So I think we'll put them on the top. So we're going to have our I/O expander live somewhere. Oh, you can't even see that. Living somewhere over here. Back of the envelope. Well, there's plenty of time to maneuver things around. But a lot of these wires correspond to ground. So let's just draw ourselves a ground plane. So I'm just going to draw a polygon here that covers the approximate area of where our board's going to be. I don't know exactly what size our board is going to be yet, but that's not important. Oh, I missed. I fired and I missed. So we're drawing a polygon on the bottom copper layer, and all we have to do is name this to ground, and now it'll connect. You can see that now a whole bunch of our air wires are missing, and in order to get this on the top as well, I'm just going to copy it, drop it in the same place, and then we're just going to change layer to the top. Our print looks like it's still going well. See, and now a whole bunch of our air wires are missing. Yeah. I'm gonna rip these. I'm gonna rip these up because they're it's getting in the way. Yeah. Let's take a look back at our cube. That's actually looking pretty good. So, I'm wondering if there's something going on with the first layer. Pat Kilo says, this is a custom PCB design for a mechanical keyboard. Looks interesting. It sure is. So we're building a cyber deck, sort of ruggedized portable computer, and I'm trying to design it so that each part of it can stand alone. So you'll be able to just build the right half of the keyboard here. So this looks like it's still doing well. The BiQu printer is pretty good. BiQu sponsored this episode, by the way. We're taking a brief interlude to work on something else while we wait for this print to finish. But the sponsor of this episode is BiQu, who gave me this B1 SE Plus, a colossal 310 by 310 by 340 or 50 millimeter printer. Basically, it's a giant printer, and it's only $300. So we're putting it through the ringer to see how the heck they can pull that one off. Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, this is actually going to be two boards. We're going to split it out. We're going to split it out later. and you'll be able to make just the left half. We have to. There's a bit of a design flaw here that we're going to have to get around to fixing, but don't worry. We'll deal with that. We'll deal with that later. That's my favorite time to deal with things. Yeah, so you'll be able to make just the right half and use it as a macro pad with a bunch of like tiny displays on it. You'll be able to make both halves and have an ortholinear split keyboard. You'll be able to make the top half as well and create a whole cyber deck, which I think is going to be pretty sick. Hopefully, we'll have to see. The other reason I'm designing it this way is because there's a chance we won't be able to finish this. A pretty high chance, actually. I'm running very far behind schedule. And basically, we might have to stop the project halfway and just make that. Like, instead of doing a CyberDeck project, just make a keyboard and then build the CyberDeck part in a later episode. Yeah, this printer is very quiet, although the power supply is extremely loud. It's a little weird. The power supply part is very loud, but the printer itself is quiet. Anyways, I think this is the approximate place that we want to put this. Let's see. H4 says the printer is slow. All right, if you're saying that because you watch... So, Joel... what's his name? Joel, the 3D printing nerd, did a review on this printer on his channel, and he was talking a lot about how slow it was. I don't think that was him. He used the pre-sliced file that was on the... that came with the SD card, and and apparently that was sliced to a very slow speed. This thing should be running at the same speed as my Prusa and... no, not yeah. This thing should be running at about the same speed I run my Prusa and the tool changer. If it's running a little slower, then if it's running below, like if it's got like an 80% speed multiplier on the printer itself. Let me just check. No, it's running at 100% speed. It looks like we're about halfway through. Yeah. So we'll see. So yeah, we got to wire this thing up in a way that we cross as few wires as possible. I've already broken all these out, so it just comes down to linking them all together. We have a little less screen real estate here because I want to show that picture in picture. Let's see. H4 says, well, it's still insanely slow, but it's a huge bed, so more speed would mean worse quality. I mean, it's printing it. What do I have the settings at? Let's see what this thing's printing at. Let's see. So I have this printing perimeters 50 millimeters a second, external perimeters 25, infill 70 millimeters, bridges 60, thin extrusions 20, and travel speed is 250. It's pretty. I mean, that's the same speed that I run my other stuff at. Maybe that's slow. I feel like that's about the point after which you have to like actually tune and maintain your printer well if you move much faster than that. So yeah, like hell, I'm gonna do that. All right, so let's get this thing going. So we've got these things ordered. Oh man, I can't see anything. Why did they put the labels in the top and the bottom? Here, I'm gonna hide the what do we got here? We got hide the B place. So now we can actually see what the heck's going on here. So these are laid out in kind of a weird order, but that's fine. And I made the schematic. We got an email. What do we got here? Very nice. Yeah, there's so many distractions going on here. Yeah, I laid out the schematic the same way I laid out the board, so it should be fairly easy. So let's just engage the net command and get going. I like this part of laying out a board. I find it very relaxing. Sorry about all the jerkiness. There's no good way to make this go smoothly on a PC. I even powered up my my Magic Trackpad. Yeah, I even powered up the Magic Trackpad because you could use that to do some pretty smooth scrolling in... here we go. You use that to scroll smoothly in Mac OS, but unfortunately it didn't work very well in Windows. It didn't have the desired effect. All right, I think I screwed this up already. I think we want to plug this one, SW55. We want to basically route them like this. Reagan asks, is the to-do list up to date? Why would you ask that? You know the to-do list isn't up to date. There we go. We took our first look. Calibration and tuning we'll do later. Let's see. There's our emoji. Check. There we go. So we're going to do our print test in our side project. We're actually going to do this twice because we're going to want to do a better print. I wish there was some. Yeah, the to-do list is. It would be like it is possible. I guess like I could put it on the network share and have Brooke update it. Yeah, like I guess we could. I guess like we could put it on the NAS and just have Brooke update it. I'm just too lazy. I have a limited amount of stuff I can prepare. So let's see. This we're gonna put here. Yeah, there we go. So this way they shouldn't overlap. That's what we want to avoid. We don't want to have wires cross each other. I can see the reflection of the chromats changing color behind me. Reagan's trying to. You can't run the command because I switched bots. I switched from using the local, the bot that runs locally on my computer to the one that runs on the cloud, and I don't think the cloud one has as good of scripting support. So I think I might have to switch it back. All right. So basically, we're going to do the same thing, going row by row. And I know it's hard to see. It could be hard to see what's going on, but you're just going to have to trust me on this. This is the relaxing part. Yeah, and these are sorted in order, so it should make life pretty easy for us. Yeah, so you might ask why we're using an I/O expander. In part because, the way when you do a mechanical keyboard, you usually matrix the keys together. Right? You usually just do like your basic button matrix. We're gonna make life a little easier here. We're gonna extend this. Extend these wires over. Yeah, usually you just do your basic button matrix. But we're not. We are using an I/O expander, which I am aware costs more than diodes. The reason we're using this is because it's faster to lay out and faster to assemble. If you're matrixing things together, then to prevent a problem called ghosting, in addition to soldering all the switches, you have to solder in a diode under each one. And I know that I'm going to be under a serious time crunch to finish this project. So I want to cut out as much of the work as possible. There we go. I want to cut out as much of the work as possible to save myself trouble down the line. And when it comes time to assemble this thing, I know this will seem like heresy to a lot of people, but when I make a kit, I want it to be easy to solder. My goal is not to keep you occupied for multiple weekends. Like, if I'm building a kit for a hobbyist, then I want that project to be finished as rapidly as possible, because I know that every additional hour is another chance that your kid can. It's another chance for your kid to. There we go. To whack his face into the banister, and there goes the rest of your weekend. So, yeah. I know for a lot of people, they're like, oh, you shouldn't make it easier, especially not for beginners, because beginners need to get practice. You can't make the soldering easier for beginners because they won't learn anything. No, we're not here to learn. We're here to make things. Anyways, yeah, that's why we're using I/O expanders. So for basically in return for adding like $7 to the bill of materials, like we carve an hour or two off assembling the project, and that's, I assume nearly everyone assembling this thing is going to be making more than $8 an hour. I guess all right, fine. Maybe it's 16. Okay, I guess some of you break even. And some of you get stiffed. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to have you make. All right, let's design a. Let's see. Pat Kilo says the best part of doing things is you actually learn. I I have a hypothesis that for let's route. I have a hypothesis that for a lot of projects you end up fumbling around so much that you're not really learning. Like by the time it's all said and done, you haven't really learned much. I know it's again kind of heresy. It's kind of a Zack Freedman hot take there, but I feel like when you're fumbling around trying to figure out a project, you're not learning a lot. But yeah, I guess there is some incidental learning. I have to make these traces thinner because there we go. There we are. Gonna make these traces thinner here. So look how easy this is to route because we were smart about how we laid out the board and how we placed our traces, and that is paying off now in our board being super easy to route. If you learn something, like I guess the point I was making is if you learn stuff, it's incidental. You're trying to make the project. Like I don't know, I'm trying to make the project, and I know that many of our viewers are as well. So let's see, this got to go here. I think we should be able to run them. So we could route the traces like this, but then we might run into like a bit of a scramble here. Oh no, but then we can just route those upwards. Oh no, we're fine. I'm overthinking this. Me overthinking things? Inconceivable. Inconceivable. I never do stuff like that. Let's see. I could route all these at once if we were using Altium. No, I have to use software that's accessible so other people can make the project. I know. Reagan P says, I have to admit, I've never seen a PCB routed. It's profoundly boring. I mean, alright, I mean, I say that, but I know that a lot of folks like watching streams for the relaxing aspect. And I think that goes even further, more so on Twitch. Yeah, most people aren't balls of anxiety like me who can't relax. So yeah, look, we got plenty of room. We're keeping all the traces in the bottom, which is pretty sick. And it's going to make this board look really cool. We're going to be printing this on Next PCB, and they have a whole bunch of options for solder mask and fiberglass color. So if we can make this thing look nice and slick, if we can make this thing look slick, or make the traces look cool, then we can end up having a pretty sick looking board. I think especially when it comes to mechanical keyboards, I think making your board, especially when it comes to mechanical keyboards, but not exclusively, making your board look cool goes a long way to being able to sell it. Because people want. Oh, I screwed this one up here. Check this out. I overlapped some traces because I'm a doo-doo head. A nice looking circuit board. Yeah, because people want to share their project. People are proud of the things they make, and they're going to want to share their project. And the nicer your project looks, the easier it is for people to share it. And the more they'll want to. So, yeah. It behooves all of us creators to make even the circuit boards, even the internals of our projects look good. You might be wondering what the heck I'm doing. Which is an excellent question. I'm just moving the oh boy. I am rearranging the furniture a little bit. Come on. Yeah, I'm rearranging the furniture a little bit to make better use of our board. I don't want our I want our traces to stay. So I know these are. I want our traces to stay looking good. So yeah, I know these are the wrong angle. Don't worry. I don't have to remember to. I don't have to worry about that now because the angle will get picked up during the DRC. So I don't need to make a note to fix this because it will. I will be reminded automatically. This will let us make better use of the board. That's another tip for anyone interested in laying out your own boards. Is my normal approach is don't solve problems till they happen, but this is one of the exceptions. Preventing. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Keeping your board from being overcrowded is something that you should do early and often, because the sheer amount of work it will take to fix it down the line could be a project killer. There we go. So yeah, trying to make efficient use of your, like, don't go crazy, obviously, but like trying to make efficient use of your board is a good thing to do early. Yeah. Routing boards. There's no reason to have the angles this tight. Yeah, because we still have a lot to route. There we go. Yeah, we'll be able to rearrange this a little bit later. Remember that the traces in blue are on the bottom, and I abandoned this thought halfway through, but the reason I'm trying to route all this on the bottom instead of on the top is because any traces in the top are going to be hidden under the key switches. So the board will look cooler and more cyberpunk if we route as many of the traces on the bottom of the board as possible. Yeah, and we want to have the board look really cool, because then people will share it on Instagram. And then they say, oh, then other people say, oh, that's cool, and then question marks, and then profit. All's going according to plan. I wish I could do a better impression of literally any character from The Emperor's New Groove. It would really improve the flavor of my videos and streams. I love routing boards. It's so satisfying. This was back in the day, all that year ago when I was a product development / prototyping consultant. Routing the boards was like my favorite part of the job, because it's like the chillest of all the tasks. It's also the only job that it's also one of the few jobs that you can do fairly well, like while zoning out. Like, otherwise everything's very cerebral. Let's see. Brooke has told me to pay attention. What am I paying attention to? Who routes the boards? Zack routes the boards, says Archangel. Routing boards, running traces, making nets. You know, somebody turned that bit into a programming language. It's called WTF is the Internet, and I believe it's the only programming language inspired by Jay and Silent Bob, although I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. Who routes the trace? We route the trace. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's perfect. We barely left ourselves enough room. Barely. Oh, barely. This is such a satisfying looking board. Wait a second. We missed one. Where does this one go? We missed that one. All these air wires are overlapping each other. Let's take a look at our print. How's our print ski? It's looking all right. It looks like we got some gaps in the layers. A little fuzzy on the side. I think we might have a bit of over extrusion going on here. Kirigor Ekal says, oh, that's the wrong one. I see you're skipping some pins on the chip. Do you just know the pin out well enough to do it from memory, or do you have it up from on another screen? Oh, we routed the trace. So the way I set this up is we put the schematic viewer and the schematic editor and the board editor side by side. And I put the schematic editor and the board editor side by side, and then I picked the... Basically, I built the net, or I built the schematic by figuring out, like, using the board view where I wanted all the traces to go. So it's a little of both. But no, this was done in your this was done in, like, you know, totally standard way. Just design the schematic, then route it. But I was just very careful while designing the schematic to constantly refer back to the board to make sure that we place the traces in a sensible way. Usually this is harder than how I'm making it look here. Usually this is tougher because it's not like most of the traces are going to be run between and through sub-modules, and this is really just kind of two of those, one for the left and one for the right. So this is a bit easier, or this is kind of on easy mode. But yeah, oh man! But if this was a matrix, oh my god, routing matrices is so freaking obnoxious. Oh man, if you've never routed a large matrix, whether for like, you know, for like a Charlie Plexed LED thing or for like a mechanical keyboard or something, it's such a nightmare. It's such a nightmare. Archangel says, I was one of the ones who said I didn't think I would ever come over to Twitch in a YouTube comment. You responded very kindly. I was wrong. Aw, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. No, people have very strong feelings about streams in general and Twitch in particular. So it looks like we have a few. So we made a bit of a boo-boo. So let's finish the thought. Yeah, I know people have very strong feelings about streams, and I know that sometimes the feelings are... And platforms as well. People have a bit of allegiance to a platform, but yeah, look, I don't have any right to criticize people for their preferences with regards to that, especially because Twitch has a bit of a seedy reputation. I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, I'm familiar, and I'm also I'm not being. Pardon me for not being quite as responsive with chat as usual. I tend to get very into the tank. Anyways, I really appreciate it. That means a lot to hear. So it looks like a bunch of these traces are being routed from the top, so these are going to be in the wrong order. We're going to have to rip those up and do them again. It's part of the process. Sometimes, I know engineers hate to hear this, because we have a very specific, or they have a very specific definition of the word efficient. But sometimes the most efficient way of making something is not to do it right the first time. Sometimes it's easier to kick the ball at the goal and then correct it than it is to line it up right the first time. In the meantime, though, we're on our top layers. This is where we'll see how our extrusion is really holding up. I didn't turn on ironing or anything, so quality of the top layer is really going to depend on how much filament's pushing out. And then we will see how well this thing... let's see. See how well this thing works. We have to be careful here, because we have to be careful. We have to let the plate cool down before we take it off. It has some sort of paint or something on the glass, and apparently that can be damaged by ripping prints off before it's fully cool. So I was told to let this thing wait until it cools down to about 40 Celsius. And back in the envelope, I think that'll take about 10 minutes. But yeah, that's looking pretty good. The top layer's looking all right. So I'm really confused over what's happening here. I think we should still calibrate our E-steps. But I think I was wrong about the Z-axis. It might be something funny going on. It might be something funny going on with that single lead screw. Maybe there's a little backlash option. Auto router sucks. Stop telling me to use auto router. Auto router blows. Ultium's auto router is the best, and it still sucks. Eagle's auto router is hot booty ass butt garbage. NL12PT says, can you use water to cool it down faster? I guess I could, but I don't. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried about cooling the plate too aggressively. Shadow Crease is skipping steps. I doubt it, because then we'd have. We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at the surface quality. It looks like we have a little bit of weird extrusion going on. Hand Scamager says, my only problem with Twitch is I can't throw you onto my TV from my phone. Hmm? I thought Twitch is compatible with Chromecats and stuff. Chromecatsing. Yes, this printer only has one Z lead screw, which I've heard. I don't know. Like my gut check is that like this could cause major problems. But I did a bunch of research on this, and apparently opinions are really mixed over how much of a problem. Pardon, this actually is. So this will give us some info, but the next print I want to do is very wide and very flat, and that will be a good that will be the that'll be a real torture test of whether this thing can keep the Z axis or keep the X axis stable. Yeah, we're gonna run a really wide shallow print going all the way from the left side to the right side, and we'll see what ends up happening. Apparently it's Roku that was the problem. What's going on there on the top? Is there some detail there that I didn't see before? Let's switch back to this. Oh yeah, it's got this. It's got these ridges on top. Oh man, it's got text on the top. This is a torture test here. It's got stripes. It's got layers. Real print's got layers. Not like a cake, like an onion. Remember when Shrek was a meme? Do you remember when Shrek was not a meme? Barely. Man, why was that movie good? Like, has DreamWorks ever made another good movie? Or is it just Shrek? Huh. It's looking pretty solid. Reagan says, if you want to sound Australian, say Rise Up Lights to say Razor Blades. There were other Shrek movies, weren't there? Which is worse, the Shrek sequels or the Matrix sequels? Because the Matrix sequels were were at least interesting. The Shrek sequels were just milquetoast. They were just boring. Huiso says, How to Train Your Dragon was DreamWorks, right? Yes. Okay, fine. That one was also pretty good. Supercube says Emoji Movie. No, I think the Emoji Movie was Sony. I think that was Sony Pictures, and I think that was very important in its history. What's the story with B Movie? Why is B Movie a meme? Why'd that happen? Evil Raider says, I don't like the Toy Story sequels. I think they were hit or miss. I do like the expanded universe. I think they were hit or miss. I think they were very smart about how they made them, and like I think the basic plot of the first movie, they kind of drank the whole milkshake. Like they pretty much told the story and ended it. So with the sequels, I think they were really smart on separating the characters and telling stories in different places. Yeah. I like the Toy Story sequels. I thought they were neat. Also, the animation on the fourth one is oh my god, it's incredible. It's like somewhere along the line they figured out how to do volumetric lighting, and now it's gorgeous. This is gonna be almost finished. Oh, it's so close. I can practically taste it. Yeah, the fourth also has some major implications for the nature of for the physics of the Toy Story universe. Cause like this girl like puts a soul in a plastic spoon by just pretending it's a toy. It's got some real implications for the greater Toy Story verse. Yeah. kind of makes me wonder about the opposite direction. Like the scary part of the Toy Story universe is like it seems like putting a soul in a toy and making it sentient really takes nothing except the toy to be created and for someone to make it thinking I'm making a toy. But it doesn't seem like you can destroy the toy by breaking it into parts, because it seems like no matter how much you break a toy apart into parts, it's still a toy, right? Like Sid can take pieces of different toys and combine them together, and it's still a toy. And the fork, not a spoon, it's a fork. Yeah, a plastic fork. It's mostly taken apart, but still a sentient fork. And the potato heads. It doesn't beep. So here we go. Here's our cube. There's our cube. Yeah, it looks like, it looks alright, but it's definitely got some problems. Let's adjust our exposure a little bit. There we go. So we got our cube here, but it's definitely got some issues. Let's see, we got some gaps in the side. Oh, now it beeps. It beeped twice. All right. So it's got some gaps going on, which shows uneven extrusion. Now, some of this could be due to the filament. Let's see. We're going to raise this up. Take a look at the top. I think I should raise this a little further up, along with the light, so you fine folks can actually see what's happening here. So the top surface is looking really blobby. Pretty much none of the letters came out. It's looking a little ooey gooey. Let's see if it doesn't look like it's coming off quite yet. Yeah, I don't want to force it. I don't know what they put in this bed, but it's doing a pretty solid. Maybe it's a little bit of PEI, like a thin layer of PEI. Nope. Sometimes giving a little knock can pull it off. Yeah, I think we have to let this bed cool down. But yeah, we got layers are uneven. It's very blobby on the top. Overhang is good though. Yeah, overhangs are nice. So I'm thinking over extrusion. Let's move this over to the side here. Let's get a little side view. Is this as far in as I can zoom? Yeah. Yeah, one sec. Bear with me one sec. I'm gonna grab the macro lens. Come on. There we go. Grab the macro lens and let's get all up in there. There we go. Yeah, so we got some unevenness. So we got some uneven extrusion. Looks fairly accurate though. Still hasn't come off the plate. I don't want to. Normally I'd bust out the spatula, but I don't want to scratch the paint off this plate. Yeah. So I think the next step is to calibrate our E-steps and print something else. So calibrating the E-steps is pretty straightforward. Basically, what we're going to do is connect this thing to the computer. Oh, I should probably put in a. Hi. Now you can actually see me. Hi. So, yeah, we have to calibrate the E-steps. And what that basically means is we read off, sort of like it has to convert. It has an internal setting that tells it how many clicks of the extruder motor correspond to, let's say, a millimeter of filament. I don't actually know what the exact unit is. Anyways, that might be incorrect. So the printer is sending too much or too little filament. So the way we correct for that is we first read off what its setting is. Yeah, we read off what its setting is. Then we tell it to run 100 millimeters of filament through, and we measure it. And we measure it, and it's not going to be 100 millimeters. So we use that to figure out what our new E-steps are, and then we just include that in the auto-generated G-code. We include that in our G-code, so it gets baked into everything we upload to the printer. That way we don't have to mess around with firmware or any of that crap. All right, let's go back. What are our temperatures here? We're still at 51. So they said that at about 40 Celsius, it should be pretty easy to remove the part. So let's kill a few more minutes here. Let's kill a few more minutes while we wait for that to cool off. Oh, it seems like we're a little cockeyed here. There we go. Let's leave that on. Let's leave that on. There we go. So we'll let that cool down for a few seconds and just get back to. I think that'll give us enough time to rip up and redraw these traces. Okay, so now we're going from low numbers to high. I need to switch back over to our schematic view. All right, so these are our last two rows and some of the other give or take. So let's let's delete these. Last time we just tried to reuse some of the existing traces and it was a mess. It was a terrible idea. All right, and we've got 3 more over here. So this, let's see. All right, so this last one here stays put, but the others, or these last 2 stay put. But we wanted to get rid of the others. Okay, let's just make sure this trace here should disappear. There we go. This is, yeah, the keys here are kale chocks, but I'm increasingly thinking of trying to make the footprint work for both. Trying to make the footprint work for both chalk switches and cherry style switches. Cherry MX, because I'm pretty sure, like, if I try to sell a kit for a keyboard that only takes chalk switches, the only thing anyone's going to say about it is, "Oh, I bought all these Telios for $7 each in a group buy 12 years ago, and I only want to buy a keyboard that I can use them on, along with my $8,500 quadruple shot PBT keycaps from that mass drop back in July of 2011. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that right now though. Okay, so we want also a lot of folks are interested in ergobleds on this thing, but I think that would be way too hard to route. So here we go. We got switch 35. We're gonna want to. So switch 35, we want to put in the farthest over to the left, which is gonna be the lowest number. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So we're gonna be. What's our lowest number here? 3. Is that the best way to? Yeah, I think that's the best way to go about this. And of course, I'm going to mix up route and net, because I'm dumb. Am I offending anyone with my accurate descriptions of the mechanical keyboard community's purchasing patterns? Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Switch 35. Zing. And that should be the furthest over. All right. And then this one should show up right next to it. All right, there we go. Let's do a little routing. This should only take a few seconds, and then we will pry the thing off the thing, and we'll check it to figure out, evaluate the quality, and figure out how we need to course correct. Pretty much no printer works perfectly right out of the box. Like, I don't know any printer manufacturer that pre-calibrates the E-steps of the factory, except for maybe Prusa. I think Prusa printers come pre-calibrated, but I've never seen any other company do it. All right. Oh, I plugged that into the wrong one. I already had a trace running, or I already had a net running for that. Yes, I want to merge. Heck to the yes. All right, and last one. So none of these should cross, and they look all right. They look all right. Let's save. Let's save. Let's go like here. No, we definitely want that, but we want to look at this one. We're going to hide my face, switch over to here, and this should come off, hopefully. There we go. All right. So you can see it. All right. So we can see that the... I can't see anything because I don't have the freaking monitor pointed at me. All right, so we can see that the bottom here, you see how these the brim isn't stuck together? It's like separate lines. That was because it was leveled too low, or it was leveled too high. But you can see some of the other layers are then it's squished immediately after that. See that super thick elephant's foot? This brim right here. Or this, this sort of like flattened looking bit. That was caused by the extruder being too close. So I don't know what the heck is going on. Yeah, the top, it's got like, it's really weird. Let me think here for a sec. I don't think this is over extrusion. I think this is under extrusion. Because I'm seeing gaps on the side. See, like gaps on the in between layers, which implies that too little filament is being extruded. If this were over extrusion, I wouldn't see gaps, I would see lumps. So that's what I'm thinking might have happened here. Yeah, but let's find out. Let's find this out. Alrighty. So we've got our filament loaded. Let's see. So we have our filament loaded. So let me adjust this so you can see the monitor. So you can see the little display here. So you can see what I'm doing. What you doing? No, we want that in focus. All right. So let's see. We're going to preheat, so that we can print PLA, because we are actually going to be firing filament while we do this. All right. Okay. Okie dokie. So I'm not seeing any. Sometimes it has like a calibration in the menu, but it doesn't look like this printer has it. That's fine. So while this heats up, let's plug in USB cable, and let's fire up that serial port. Take a look. Alrighty. So how are we gonna do this? Let's use WSL. I don't actually think WSL will work. What do I have? I think we can use mini term. Let's embiggen our font size here. Python tools mini term. All right, which one is this? I'm thinking this is COM7 because it says ST Micro Virtual COM port, and pretty sure this thing uses an ST processor. So let's do COM7. Right, G codes. I completely forgot how to do this. Key. All right, let's see. Marlin G code. Here we go. So you can see I had the baby step open because oh man, this is one thing we might test. The Viper's touchscreen did literally nothing when I was controlling this thing over Octoprint, so I couldn't even baby step. So I had to get really familiar with this one so I could baby step over the command line. So we want E step. I'm just going to look up a tutorial. I keep forgetting how to do this, even though I've done it like 6 times by I've done it like 6 times by now. I should really know better. Okay, we got our filament. We're on the computer. Alrighty. So yeah, we gotta mark the filament. Yeah. I'm gonna throw the other lens back on so you can get a good look at the whole printer. This is, by the way, this is nothing to do with this. This isn't like a fault of this particular printer. This is something that you should expect to do with nearly any printer. I should really be showing this. There we go. Yeah, this is something you should expect to do with almost any printer. And if you've never calibrated your E-steps, you really should. You might be leaving some accuracy on the table. Alrighty, so we're gonna need our calipers. I dub the X caliper. We're gonna need a Sharpie. We're gonna set our calipers to 120 millimeters. And see, I don't like how the filament's curling up here. I want this to be more accurate, so I'm just gonna snip the filament. Yeah, we're gonna waste a few millimeters. It happens. But yeah, so we're gonna take this and we're going to mark high mark. We're gonna mark it 120 millimeters from where it enters the filament sensor. Basically, like it's from some point. So we're gonna mark it. And of course, you always mark so that the edge of the mark, not the center of the mark, indicates the dimension that you care about. Alrighty. So we have our mark. I think can you see it on? I don't think you can see it on camera. So I'm gonna extend this over to the side. A high mark. There it is. All right. Now I'm gonna use the command line to feed the filament in there. It says F100. Is that? Oh yeah, it's in hundredths. G1. Oh, I need local echo because I. How do I turn on echo? Oh, there we go. Local echo active. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we are going to go G1 extruder. We're moving 100 millimeters, and we're going to do this. And the feed rate or the speed is 100. So I think that's 1 millimeter per second, fairly slow. So let's do that, and this should start feeding. Is it? I'm not seeing anything. Nothing's happening. What the heck? What did I screw up? What do you mean unknown command? What did I screw up here? Do I have to capitalize it? Are they going to make me capitalize it? G1. G1, E100, F100. It made me capitalize it. RepRap firmware does not require you. RepRap firmware and Prusa firmware do not require you to capitalize. But apparently this does. So yeah, this is going to feed very slowly because remember we are trying to calibrate stuff here. This is going to feed 100 millimeters through very slowly. And so this mark that we put down, we started out 100 millimeters, 120 millimeters from the filament sensor. We're feeding 100 millimeters through, so we expect afterwards to measure 20. But if it's different, then, well, now we're going to know what we have to adjust. So in the meantime, now is an excellent time to look up. All right, so now is an excellent time to figure out what our old extruder multiplier is. What's the extruder multiplier? I think it's M92. That's right. All right. Just got to do M92. That was an excellent time to mess around with the chromats. This thing better still be extruding. If it's stopped, we're gonna have a problem. Oh my god. Is that it? Is it still going? Because this is really, really far away. Is this turning? Did I screw something up? Because this seems impossibly low. What the heck's going on here? This can't be right. Oh no, it ran. Like, huh. No, I mean, it ran, but it stopped a lot earlier than I expected. So, let's see, this should measure 20. But instead, it's measuring... Should have measured 20, but instead it's measuring 70... Let's see... 75. 76, technically. That's really weird. I mean, that seems like massive under extrusion. Let's try this one more. Let's try this one more time. I'm gonna set it to 100. Yeah, we're gonna make a mark again at the 120 millimeter mark. Huh. Let's see. See, 120 millimeters. It's okay if the Sharpie... It's alright if the Sharpie goes through the extruder. Sharpie can totally go through an extruder. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Alright. And we're going to run that G-code again to push 100 millimeters of filament through. And we're sure this is... yeah. Let's see. G1, E100, F100. Should... Let's see. Is anything happening? It's not turning. Did it just stop running the G-code partway? What the heck? I'm confused. I've never seen anything like this happen before. I mean, we'll heat it up. Like, we'll heat it up a little more because 200 is a little low for this particular filament. But is it running now? I mean, it's definitely moved. Maybe it's too slow? I'm really confused now. Did it move when I changed the temperature? Oh my. Man, why can't anything ever be easy? One of these days we'll get lucky, have a low stress show, where I don't have to debug stuff in front of 100 people. One day we won't lose. One day, we won't get one step closer to my career ending because a piece of technology goes in the fritz, and I have to hastily fix it and diagnose it on stream live. But this is not that day. Hey, what's going on here? I mean, we could use the front. Let's see. We could use the front panel to extrude a bunch of filament. Well, now it's moving again. What the heck? I didn't do anything. All I did was move around the menu. I'm really confused. So here's what's on the here's what it's been saying. Queuing M420 ZS1. What's M420 and M12 and M13? Let's go back to our M420 bed leveling state. So it's just performing some self checks. M420 S1, Z30. What's that do? Z fade height. What's going on here? Brooke has popped her head in to say chat wants to help me. Let's scroll back. Let's see what's going on here. Alrighty. No heat. No, I preheated to 200 and then I raised it to 220. Troll Barton 520 says, what command did you send? G1 E100 F100. Super Kartoffel says, shouldn't there be something coming out of the nozzle? Oh, I'm with you there, buddy. There we go. Extrusion indicator. I mean, like I'm watching the lead screw. How many millimeter was left? 75. XNeem1 says, does it have a limit on single extrude only command? How would I tell? 50%. Yeah, 50% under extrusion is impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. Did the nozzle lose its heat? No, the nozzle's been 220 degrees this entire time. At least it says it's 220 degrees. I bought a thermometer, so we could certainly check. Just give it like a little sanity check. I don't think this can work on something so small. It's saying I mean this is reading 160 Celsius, but I think that's because it's too far. I mean maybe the nozzle's really cold. Could not like the connection. I don't know. I mean sending G-code over USB is a pretty standard feature. Do an M83 before extruding to set extruder relative mode. You think that could be it? Because then it would turn backwards for a while, wouldn't it? Set it to we could set it to relative. That's true. Let's see. All right, let's do G91 to go to relative mode. Oh, and then we want to go G1 E100 F100. I didn't think relative mode affected the extruder. Shows what I know. So it's definitely moving, although I'm not seeing anything come out of the nozzle. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, whatever happened before threw our calibration way off. But at least this will give us a rough estimate. Like as long as it's not 50. Like yeah, I guess I guess it was a problem. I guess the problem is that we were in. Oh jeez, I keep forgetting. Yeah, so I guess the problem was that we were in absolute mode, and that must have caused it to. I guess if it had already run a little bit, and it caused it to just run a small amount. It's really weird. Okay, looks like we stopped extruding, but we still have a lot of distance. Still have a lot of ground missing. Let's do this again. Once more with feeling. I know this is terribly exciting. Here we go. We've marked 120 millimeters. Continue this around so everyone can see it. So this is the one that we're looking at here. The others we don't care about. All right. Let's see. So now we're going to run G1, E100, F100. And hopefully this time it moves something a little closer to 200 or to 100 millimeters of filament. But let's see. There's definitely it's definitely squirting. It's squirting its face out. Let's just confirm here. While I'm at it, I'm going to tab back over to Super Slicer and make sure that our start G code puts this thing back into absolute mode at the appropriate time. Yes, the first thing it does is it runs G90. So it's still going. Let's see. Yep, score one for the hive mind, says Reagan. Reagan's right. Oh, there's something funny going on with the glitter routine. It seemed like it wasn't, Seems like it's doing that routine over the background color. That's really weird. I set that up in like 4 seconds back, I set that up in 4 seconds like last night, in the middle of the night. Alright, that looks a lot more reasonable. Alright. Alright. Drive screw is stopped. Let's measure. Okay, so we're expecting this to be 20. And it is 26. Give or take 26. All right, so we were correct. So it thinks it's extruding 100, but it's actually only extruding. What is that? Hang on a second. If that's longer, the actual amount is shorter, right? Yeah. So it should be 20. It should be 20. It's actually 26. It thinks it's extruding 100. It's actually extruding 94. So we have to decrease whatever the E steps is by 6%. We have to increase it by 6%, right, to make up the difference. Is my math right? Yeah. So now we need to. 120 minus length from extruded mark equals actual length. Steps over millimeter value times 100 equals steps. Yeah, there we go. Quick maths. So we need to run. Oh, that's really weird. What do we need to run? Let's see. M503. Oh, that's dump everything. Let's see. Auto bed leveling. Oh, it's running a script inside. That's neat. M420. Z probe offset. Stepper mode. Run out sensor. No. M92. Let's see. All right, so E steps are set to 92, so we want to take 92 times 1.06 equals 97.5, and we'll round that up. Right? Am I right here? see, steps over millimeter value times 100 equals steps taken. All right, so it's 90 something. Steps taken divided by actual length extruded. Let's see. So we got to do 92 over actual length extruded equals accurate. Let's see. How's my math? How's my math here? Frickin' I don't know. I don't know this stuff off the top of my head. That's the see, like, this is why I like doing the streams, because videos, like, in order to make the video work properly, I have to create this false narrative that I know what I'm doing, and I like to share my misery. All right, so it says now for the physical steps. First, so we have 120 minus, and we measured 26 equals 94, equals the actual length extruded. So our steps per millimeter value. So what we took to do that was 92. So we actually took 92 steps. So it wants us to do 92 over actual length extruded is 96 equals actual steps per millimeter value, right? That's what it says. Oh, times 100. So according to this, we want to set this to about, give or take, 95.8. Something of the sort. Troll Barton says, lol, I like how everyone in the chat has a different figure. Quiso says 94 times 1.064. Where do you get the 6.4 from? Let's see. E-step calculator. Let's leave this up to the almighty internet. E-step calculator. There we go. Current E-steps is 92. The actual length, that instead of 100, we extruded, what, 94? Oh, I think I put in 96 before. It's 94. 90. Let's see. Our new E-step value, according to this, is 98. I guess there's one way to find out for sure. All right, what's the command to actually do the E-steps? That's M503? No, M92. Ah, there we go. M92 E98. There we go. Okay, so here's a question. Has this been permanently saved, or do we need to run some other command to commit this to EEPROM? Or do we need to run this command every time before we start? Let's see if I... Cool, cool, cool. Oh, there we go. Steps per unit. Save this with M500. EEPROM saved to slot 11. Cool, cool, cool. And where is it? 92. There we go. Okay, so it looks like we've saved this to EEPROM, so it should apply forever. I don't think we have... Do we have 120 millimeters of filament left here? One sec. Do we still have 100 millimeters? I think we do. So let's... 0. Set this to 120. There we are. Get our Sharpie ready. Let's try this again. How many nerds does it take to perform basic arithmetic? Clearly a lot. I'd like to say the internet's made us dumber, but I don't see how this could be the internet's problem. There we go. Alrighty. So let's confirm that we are still hot. So let's run G1, E100, F100. Let's run 100 millimeters through and see what happens. Yes, this is our BiQu B1 SE Plus. They're the sponsor of today's episode. They provided the printer. And, yeah. We're doing a... There we go. Yeah, so they provided the printer. This is an Ender-style printer, and it's very, very large form factor. It's 310 by 310 by 340, and they're selling it for only $300. So, yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Like, even without, so it initially under extruded, but the quality was still pretty freaking respectable for a $300 printer with only one lead screw on the Z-axis. All right, so I think the next thing we should print is, so right now it's let's think here. Right now it's 3 o'clock. Let's finish the job first. I don't want to get too distracted. Alrighty. Is it still going? Nope, it's done. So let's measure. Yep. Let's measure. Oh, there we go. Exactly 20. So we are dialed in. Ladies, gents, cyborgs. Our E-steps are dialed in. Cool, cool, cool. Dog is barking his face off. Normal ender print size, says Reagan, is 220 by 220 by 250. So yeah, this is massive. Okay, we calibrated the E-steps. So next is what should we print? So I'm thinking of printing this D&D character sheet stencil because it's very wide. It'll give us a good idea of how well this thing can maintain its dimensions on the Z-axis, or on the X-axis, because it's only got one Z lead screw. That's right. Boop, 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 boop. What's that dog barking at? Still borking for attention once in a while. Alright. So let's get this cube out of here. And let's throw the D&D stencil in. And this thing is freaking enormous. What do you print this thing on if you don't have a huge printer like this? So yeah, let's see how long this will take. It's going to take 5 hours. It says it's going to take 5 hours. That's a little too slow for us. I suppose we could try printing this thing at like full speed, like 100 millimeters per second. Let's mess around with our speeds here. 100. What do you think? Let's just see what happens. We put in 100. All right. 100 millimeters per second. It's still a long time. Yeah, the dog probably just wants some attention. Yeah, I don't want to keep. This was the original plan, but I don't want to keep everyone waiting for this long. I suppose we could print the cube again, except we could just print one on each side, so that it has to keep going back and forth. Make it thinner. It's already less like a millimeter thick. Yeah, look, it's just the nature of the game. You make a really wide print. I suppose we could, let me think here. I'm going to put the speed back where it was before. We can just run the first few layers of this and just confirm that, it's consistent. Yeah. It does seem a little long, does it? But it's a giant print. Like this thing is like 300, like 290 millimeters on one side, and like this is a giant print. It's huge. Huge. I mean, I don't think it's thick enough to have multiple. Yeah, let's just start this. It only has 5 layers. Yeah, this thing is only 5 layers. It's that big because of how wide it is. All right. Yeah, let's get this thing started. Let's get it started. So we're not going to run the whole thing because it's going to take forever. Instead, we'll run 1/5 of it. I knocked my audio pack off. There we go. Yeah. So we're going to run off the first layer or two. That's going to take around an hour and a half, something of the sort. And the question here, it's actually going to take longer than a first layer. I forgot to update the to-do list. Thank you, Reagan, for reminding me. Check. All right. There we go. Oh, it's super Kartoffel. Pardonnez-moi. So it's actually going to take longer because remember the first layer prints slower than the higher layers. But we'll save the D&D stencil. We'll print the first layer, and the question, remember, that we're trying to answer is, does the fact that it only has one lead screw cause it to like sag or something on one side, and can it compensate well for that? The ideal test here would be like a very large. Let me think here. Another option. Another thing we could do here is to try to print something in Vase mode. Let's see. Let's give that a shot. Let's give that a shot. Printing something tall and wide in Vase mode will give us a good idea because it's doing a lot of movement, giving a lot of opportunity to knock itself out of position. So I think that might actually be a smarter choice. Vase. Give me a good vase. Come on, give me a good one that we can actually print in Vase mode. This is a good one. Oh, let's see. This is a cool looking one. Looks like we could do it. Oh, this is on Free 3D. This is let's see. Yeah, this will work. Yeah, we're using things because they are searching other 3D printing sites. Yeah, let's give this a shot. Vase mode. Super Kartoffel says life-size skull in Vase mode. Well, we have to make sure that the print is actually capable of being done in Vase mode. And things called a Vase will generally. Oh, this is an OBJ file. I want a print ready STL. I want a print ready St. Louis. Let's see what's on things itself. I gotta mess around with that subscription thing. Like, it's only supposed to do that. Like, Streamlabs doesn't draw a distinction between a subscription on Twitch and which we can't do yet, and a subscription on Facebook. And it should, because a subscription on Twitch is basically someone supporting me on Patreon, because it's a monthly donation. Somebody supporting me on YouTube means pretty much nothing, because, like, or at least on that channel, because that's the second channel. Oh, this is cool. A herring gear. Oh, that's sick. This looks cool as heck. Oh, that looks sick. So let's download this. Oh, that looks rad. I need, like, I'm sure I could get in touch with Twitch and like say, hey, I'm kind of a big deal. Like, let me skip the line, but I feel like kind of a jackass doing that. I'd rather pay my dues. Especially because like, it'll only take a few weeks. The only thing we need now is the number of streams. Quiso says, is there not some field in the callback to tell you where the event came from? Maybe? I'm not sure. I'm also not sure there's a way to... What's the way of saying it? I'm not sure there's a way to actually do anything with that. I found the Streamlabs like alert box tools to be actually a giant pain in the ass to customize in any meaningful way. That's that's a big one. That's a big one. So let's throw this. We got to get this on its side. All right. Instead of this being, here we are. Instead of this being tall, and I think I'd rather make this less tall but more wide. There we go. Let's try to fill the bed a little bit. Maybe not. Yeah, I think that could work. Because there's... Yeah. So, all right, let's go to print settings. Go to output options. I think that's what it is. Or is this in slicing? I don't think I haven't used Vase mode in Prusa Slicer or Super Slicer in ages. In ages. Where's our Vase mode here? No perimeters, gap fill, seamed one loop perimeters. Right? Join the perimeters to create... No, that's not... Oh, here... Wait, what? Here we go. In Vase... Do we have to turn on external perimeter mode? let's see what happens. Yeah, anyone who doesn't know what Vase mode is, Vase mode prints the print with one continuous line. One continuous line. It doesn't like fill in any layers. It just draws nothing but the outline, and it doesn't do it in distinct layers. It just makes one squiggle that spirals up, and it prints a little quick. We'll see how bad the overhangs are after this. This is taking a while to process. Hopefully it's not too long. Yeah. Horrible Newbie says, if it's a number of streams that count, why aren't you doing a bunch of shorter streams instead of one long one? Because that would fire a bunch of notifications, and I don't want to annoy people. Yeah. That would fire off a bunch of notifications, and I think that would cause more damage than good. Pew 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 pew. You folks are 33.1 degrees Celsius. Just want you to know that. Oh, don't worry. Omniscient says, I want to give you my Amazon Prime sub. Don't worry. Like, it'll only take a few weeks for us to get all the requirements. Pardon, I'm not actually sure how many streams we need to make partner. If I'm remembering right, partner is the easy one, affiliate's the hard one. I need to check. Is this frozen? Is this just not capable of doing Vase mode? Did we screw this up? Oh, there we go. Yeah, these overhangs are pretty aggressive. It says 6 days? That seems a little high. 6 days? Oh, what? It's not Vase mode. What the heck? Well, this is definitely the wrong model to do. So we'll have to change that, but what the heck? Why what? Oh, wait. Oh, spiral vase. Yes, enable the spiral viz. Oh my god. Slicing that thing 6 days. Oh my god. Gigantic. Shoggoth says, considering you're streaming also on YouTube, being a Twitch partner seems hard. Well, today I was trying to well, yeah, I mean, that's not something I'm going to keep doing, but, like, considering I have nothing to lose right now, I was trying to do that to help the sponsor out, but I don't think it didn't end up happening. I forgot that like, you don't automatically get approved for streaming on YouTube. You have to specifically start, like, in order to stream on YouTube, you have to hit the requirements, but then you have to attempt to start a stream, and it'll say you can't, you have to wait, and then somebody will approve you within a day or two, and then you can start streaming. But unfortunately, it didn't end up working. Okay, so this is only 1 day, fine, but at least it's formatted properly. Let's find something a little more reasonable. Yeah, I want something short, flat. So let's find something that'll work a little better. Something more closer to cylindrical. Something a little closer to a cylinder that we can, or like a dish that we can flatten out. This one could be interesting. Yeah, I want something preferably with flutes that go straight up and down, so we don't have to worry so much about overhangs. This could be interesting. Lampshade must be printed in Vase mode. Twisted polygon. This looks like a bit of a short one. Oh, this looks fine. This looks all right. Let's download it. And basically, I want to scale this up to be as Quiso says, versus ignoring the fact you can custom scale. No, the problem is that I want this to be wide but short because I want to test the performance on the same plane. And if you just make a model short and squat. Yeah, if you just take a model and squash it down, then it can end up with overhangs that are a lot more aggressive than you intend. So let's see how long this will take. Yeah, we want... Ideally, I want something that we can finish in about 2 hours. It says 11 hours. Well, how far will we get? How far are we... So if this is 11 hours in total, then... And this isn't even filling the entire plate, the entire bed. If this is 11 hours in total, then in 2 hours, we'll get to about here. Yeah. Hang on a second. I think I know what's going wrong here. All this is an external perimeter. So it's using the... Here we go. It's using the 50% speed. So we're going to do 100% speed on the external perimeter, and that should speed this up immensely. And this should be the mode of the vase. The vase. So this is only 9 hours. So this is substantially faster. This is going to be a torture test. Yeah, this is going to be a torture test. Is there a way we can knock out the bottom layer? Is there a way we can not do that bottom solid layer? Solid layers, bottom, 0. Top is open, bottom is open. Let's see. This is 0.15 millimeters, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't count the same. Like we can change this on 0.2. Okay. All right. There you go. It's all the bottom layer. Bottom layer is going to take hours. Okay. So the entire thing now only takes 4 hours and 20 minutes. Haha. Ayo. So yeah, let's change this to 0.2 millimeter layers. That should hack off a bunch of speed too. If I really felt ambitious, I would throw a 0.6 millimeter nozzle on this. Hey, 420. Hey. 3 hours. Okay, so we can actually have a chance of finishing this. But I don't want a chance. I want a guarantee. So, let's cheat. This is a pretty aggressive overhang. So, yeah, let's squish this bad boy down a little bit. 3 hours, almost. Yeah, so you can see the like as we squish it, the overhang gets even more intense. 2 hours. All right. This is going to be a real torture test. I can also cut it instead of squishing it. You know, it's actually a really Reagan and Xneem have the right idea. It's easier just to cut it part way. Yep. That is the correct choice. We cut it a little further and make it even wider. That would be pretty neat. Super Kartoffel says, no way this is going to work. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Yeah, why wouldn't it work? Yeah, I think this looks fine. All right, we have our SD card in place. Let's export it. I mean, it might be a little fast, but look, the whole point of this thing is we want to see if that single lead screw, how much trouble it causes. So by moving aggressively, by doing a wide print, we are going to put that to the test. I'm not worried about the sticking to the bed, by the way. It shouldn't try to curl that aggressively because there just isn't that much plastic pulling on it. And it should cool very quickly because, again, there's no mass to it. It's only 1.4-ish millimeter layer. So I'm not worried about this thing detaching from the bed. I think oh, there we go. Yeah, most likely thing that goes wrong is that we just can't keep up. Right? That it turns out that extruder, or it turns out that that single drive screw is actually causing a lot of trouble. But the proof is in the printing. So let's get these shavings and schnipsels out of here. Let's give this a nice thorough wash with our wash bottle. They said use water, and it worked all right the first time. So this should print a lot better. The first layer, actually, let's hang on a second. Go back to settings. Let's see. I want to undo. Yep, I want to undo the baby steps. There we go. Yeah, because we had our baby stepping set really aggressively before. and there's no need there's no need for that now. So we don't need the USB cable anymore. Let's put in our trans flash card. Print SD. Oh, they call it an SD in the menu. Twisted polygons vase. I don't know why the temperature keeps resetting to 120 degrees. It's really weird. It's really bizarre. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, you should probably put filament in it. Actually, I'm not going to put filament in it because I want to test that runout sensor. Omniscient says using Kimtech wipes with the distilled water. No, I'm just using a paper towel. It's a $300 printer. It doesn't deserve the good stuff. Let's see. Stongray Master says, "Hey, what? Hey, welcome, Stongray Master. Why don't you just stream on your Stream YouTube channel?" I mean, that was kind of the idea today, but it's not. I can't do it long term because if I want to get paid by Twitch, basically if I want to be a Twitch affiliate or a partner and be able to take like not sponsorships, be able to take like subscriptions and stuff, then you can't stream anywhere else. You can't multi-stream. You have to stream your Twitch content has to be exclusively Twitch. You can't restream it anywhere. There we go. Regan P says, "What's the table for the FX codes?" Oh, let's see. They are, you have rainbow, lava, vaporwave, party time, and night sky. And I don't think they're working 100%. So, here. This one's a good one. Oh, wait, no, that's not how it works. It's Bing, FX. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, it's moving. It's moving. Oh, things are happening. This is pretty good. Shoggoth9T says, "How much did this one cost?" This printer's only $300. It was $350, but they actually cut the cost of it. It's $300, which seems like a way too good of a deal. I'm really suspicious. Also, we forgot to reload the filament, so I'm going to consider this a test of the runout sensor. What's going on here? What's happening? I was just waiting for a bit. I guess it's homing. Yeah, we got some good ones here. Yeah, my Chromance code was bad. All right. Let's get in. Let's assume the position. Got to make sure this first layer is pretty sound. That looks really good. That looks pretty freaking nice. Little high. So we want to see if this is even across the entire thing. It doesn't look like it. It looks like our mesh leveling could use a little work. So it does look like it's sagging a little, which is kind of sad. Let's see. I'm not gonna touch it for this layer. This is about the width of a line you want to see. Now that looks pretty uniform. Yeah, that looks alright. Except over here, it looks like the plate is looks like the plate is tilted actually. Huh. Maybe we should have like mesh leveled a second time. I don't think anything would have thrown it off. So it's a little close on that side, but otherwise it looks alright. See, if this were sagging, right, we'd probably see like the entire, like this side of it, like too close or too far. We wouldn't see it split this way, right? Like we wouldn't see it over here. We would see it on this entire side because it would be this axis. So I'm guessing that's just a flaw with the mesh leveling. Otherwise, I think this is all right. So we set this up to take about 2 hours to print. And, oh, there we go. Filament run out. Confirm the filament run out. I don't like how it didn't pause automatically. I don't like that. It should have automatically paused, but instead it just beeped and put up a dialog box. Let's see. All right. It doesn't give me... Is it going to try to reverse? Yep. It is reversing the filament for me. Nozzle parked. So let's see. So it reversed, and it reversed it a little, and then it ejected the rest of the filament, which is an interesting way of solving this problem. I haven't seen that before. Usually it just expects you to pull out the... Oh, hang on a second. Why did it start printing again? I didn't tell it to keep printing. What the heck? Oh, yeah, no kidding, the filament ran out. You never let me put new filament in. I can't pull the piece out. It's not ejecting it far enough. I can't pull it out. What the heck? I can't yank it out. I think I might just have to ram it. Might just have to ram it through with the new filament. Yeah, this is not the best. This is not the best mid-print filament change routine I've ever seen. Prusa's is still the winner. Although, yeah, it's not the worst either. The worst way of recovering from running out of filament is definitely on the Squirt Barist, which does not do anything at all. It has no run-out sensors. So I have to keep an eye on it. That's big boy mode. All right, there we go. It automatically resumes. That's bizarre. It also doesn't eject it far enough. Yeah, it needed to move it like twice as far, so I could grab that piece and yank it out. Then it automatically resumes. Yeah, this is a lousy way of doing this. I mean, at least the sensor works and it does the thing. I think I just hit the confirm button too quickly. I think it does actually suspend the print indefinitely. Let's see, we're still leveled a little bit low, so I'm gonna baby step it up a tiny amount. But otherwise, I think this is pretty sound. Now we have our full spool of Polyterra. That's what we're using today. Let's carefully pick up the... Oh wait, I don't need to remove any of the strings because we're not going to print over them. This looks like it's a pretty decent first layer. It's looking a little close on the left side, so the mesh leveling's not perfect. I guess the load cell based auto leveling isn't as accurate as a like a Pinda or like the Pinda inductive sensor or like the BL touch sensor. I don't actually know how the BL touch works. That was like an optical thing, but what do I know? All right, yeah, this is looking good. We're off to the races. Troa Barton 520 says, might have to pull the Bowden tube from the nozzle side. I suspect, yeah, that could be. Might be able to set the firmware. Quiso asks, this is auto bed leveling and it's 320 by 320 for 300 USD. Yeah, this is a. I'm pretty impressed here. Like, they definitely cut look, they cut corners to hit the price point, but the corners seem to be mostly in fit and finish. The proof is in the printing, and I think it's pretty good. Just like and just to put sure, we had to calibrate the E-steps pretty aggressively, but just to put this in perspective, the Anycubic Viper, I think it was over extruding by like 15%. It was ridiculous over extrusion. I think they said at the factory to print extra fast and to over extrude to make the printer seem faster. I'm pretty impressed with this. At the end of the day, it is just an Ender style printer, but you're getting a lot for the money. I have to be totally clear. The glass bed does not come standard. It's a $30 add-on, so technically this is a $330 printer. Yeah, the glass bed's alright. It's got some sort of paint coating on it that is sticking the PLA rather well with no glue, no nothing. And it cleans with water. A little inconsistent ragged extrusion over here. And over here. But we are also printing this bottom layer extremely quickly. We're printing this whole thing at 50 millimeters per second, where it would usually print at 30, and we can make it go faster. Yeah, it looks like our temperature is dropping a little bit. It's having trouble keeping up. So it's almost done with the first layer, and then it should move on to the Vase part and boost the temperature to 225, so hopefully that's less of a problem. I realize that I don't have the picture-in-picture going, so you can't see me. Oh, this is the lava. This is the lava one. Alright. We're off to the races. Oh, I hit pause instead of... I don't like these touchscreen layouts. I don't like these touchscreens. They're not laid out very sensibly. This is one of the better ones too. The one on the Viper was not great. The one on an actual Ender isn't great either. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna let this thing print for a bit. Yeah, again, this is a test to see if this is a single lead screw in the Z-axis, and this will look like complete hot garbage if that is being a problem. So yeah, this thing should print in about 2 hours. It's gonna end up hopefully about 50 millimeters tall, 60 millimeters to be precise, and yeah. Let's see what happens. Yeah, looks a little suggestive, doesn't it? Let's yes, I think Shoggoth's got the right idea. Should move the camera a little bit more level, so you can see the texture of the first layers. There we go. Watch the first few layers come together. There we are. I don't want to fit the zoom lens because this is a bed filling print. There we go. All right. So we'll keep an eye on that. See how well that turns out as we... There we go. Turn that... We'll let that do its thing, and we'll work on the cyber deck a little bit while this gets printing. It does. Go Geo Gaming asks, has a little analog stick. It's a little. It's an encoder. It's like a knob and a reset button under it. The panic button. Strong Ray Master says, Zack complaining about first layer. Me, just don't print the first layer. Never solve a problem that you can just avoid. Never put off till tomorrow what you can put off forever. So let's get this guy over here, and let's go back over here. There we are, and we'll keep an eye on that while we lay out a little bit more circuit board. In the meantime, I think it's important to stay hydrated, so I'm gonna go grab a little water. Dihydrogen monoxide. Yes, I have a vodka tap in my bathroom. I'm just kidding. You can't get you can't get vodka plumbed into your house. They only do that for champagne. Okay. Oh right, we just routed all these, or we just like connected all these. So next up is wiring them. Why are we here, and what is our purpose? Har har har. Yeah, I'm impressed with this printer. Then again, I said the same thing about the Viper, and that didn't age well. Not that it's bad. It's just very hard to strip down and maintain without breaking. And I take maintenance very seriously. All right, looking good. Yeah, that's also on the schedule for today. Although I'm not sure we're gonna be able to get to it. I wanted to take the thing apart and kind of see what's going on inside, but I don't think we're gonna be able to get to that today. There's just, yeah, I want to do a big printer. It just didn't seem right to show off a big printer without also doing a big print. And yeah, figured that's better than busting it open. Plus, the hardware they sent me might not. Another thing to remember is that they often will send like specially prepared units for review. So take everything, say it's related to quality or whatnot, with a grain of salt. Because sometimes they'll send like an extra special one. I requested they just grab one off the line and send it to me, but I doubt they would do that. Jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. You ever see the live action Rick and Morty promo? That thing was hysterical. Oh man. It actually had was it Christopher Lloyd in it? Like the actual Doc Brown. Oh man. Good stuff. I like that show, but I can only watch it like a little bit at a time. It's just too depressing. AC Fraser says, I'm hesitant to buy anything that isn't a Prusa after my awful first printer experience with Monoprice. The Monoprice printer is notorious. The Monoprice printer was a notorious trap for beginners. I think when I was a member. Oh, I got a text. Is it important? No. What was I saying? Right, when I was a member of the Fab Lab, I think while I was there in the 3 years or whatever, I think 5 people tried to donate broken Monoprice printers to the Fab Lab, and we're just like, no, we're not gonna, no, they're too hard to repair. We're not gonna take them. They'll be like, wait, they were like, wait, it wasn't just me. It was a cathartic experience. Yeah, a lot of these other beginner printers are much easier to use. Oh man, the frickin' Monoprice printer. That printer like single-handedly like tanked Monoprice's reputation. Meanwhile, I'm like, what did you expect buying a $300 printer? I'm busting your balls more than a little bit. Oh, the season 5 finale of Rick and Morty just dropped. Cool. Yeah, I can only watch a small amount of that show at once, because it is depressing as heck. I couldn't stand BoJack Horseman. I was just like, I think Brooke liked it. I couldn't call it Depression Horse. I don't like depressing TV. I don't find it fun to watch. let's see. Route. Shelgoth9T says, I have the Artillery Genius for 350 and I'm happy with it. AC Fraser says, yeah, the one I had was basically the one how duplicate. Oh no! Oh no! It was the replicator ripoff. Oh, the problem with that printer. I forgot about that. Oh man, because some of them were like Ender style printers. They did this Core XY thing, but oh man, yeah, some of them are a ripoff of the one how duplicator, which itself is a ripoff of the Replicator 2, which itself is a finicky and kind of obnoxious printer. So yeah, I totally forgot about that. I can't believe that. Yeah, the Prusa's a good printer, but you know, like as I use more printers, oh geez, I went right over here. As I use more printers, I have more of an appreciation for, oh, there we go. What the heck? Why isn't this, what's going on here? As I use more printers, I'm developing more of an appreciation for the trade-offs with the Prusa. Like, the cost is relevant. It's not a, it's a model, it's weird to say it's a moddable printer. It's not a very hackable printer. Like, they made it very easy for you to install aftermarket parts, and there's a huge community building stuff for it. But I guess I could simplify all these traces. Maybe later. Yeah, but when it comes to the software, you can't really mess around with the firmware or the G-code that well. Like the Prusa, yeah, the Prusa firmware wasn't really intended for people outside Prusa to develop it. It's not really that friendly to you know, modding like editing G-code and stuff. Like if you want to do something like write your own bed leveling script, that is next to impossible. And it's also hard to do stuff like, you know, like upgrade to a PT100 thermistor. Yeah. Which granted, like, you know, a lot of folks, you know if you want, like, you know if that's a feature you care about. Also, you know, like, the cost is relevant. I say, you know, I say a lot that, like, I don't recommend cheap printers to new makers, but, you know, like, I'm increasingly seeing that that's not very charitable. Yeah, like a lot of the things I said about cheap 3D printers were more accurate maybe 5 years ago than they were now. Like inexpensive printers have become a lot, but you get a lot more for your money. Like, you know, today's episode is a bit of a case in point. Although I am, you know, I'm biased because they paid me, but still, yeah. Like I remember when I don't know, like the original, oh man, like the CR10, I think, the original, or in the original Ender. These printers were a pain in the ass. The Monoprice printer, that was, yeah, before the Enders got decent, that was the printer everyone, like, when you said cheap printer, everyone understood that's what you were talking about. And that printer was kind of obnoxious. You had, like, the knockoff printers, like the Duplicator. Yeah, but I'm starting to, like, these printers are coming into their own, and they're, you know, like, a lot of them have cool features in their own right. So, yeah. My blanket recommendation to buy a Prusa needs to be tuned a little bit. Yeah, I think it's gone from like, yeah, like that said, it's changed from like, do you want to set the thing up in 5 hours, or like, I don't know, I can't. I don't know the specifics off the top of my head. The other thing is that, like, the speed at which you can build these printers. Like, I wasn't kidding. I literally assembled this printer in 15 minutes. The Prusa, like, the kit, it's the easiest printer it's like the best kit I've ever seen with it's got the best instructions. It's super user friendly. But it's still a process. Like, when I did it on stream, it took about 10 hours total. Like, when I did it myself, it took closer to 6. But, yeah. AC Fraser says, oh, he's talking to someone else. Never mind. Shoggoth9T says, it's better to suffer the cheap printer than an expensive one that sucks. Well, ideally, you should be getting one that works. Yeah. Dills points out that, yes, the Prusa comes with gummy bears. That is a feature that I've seen unmatched with any other printer, although this one... Oh, did we tear up a trace by accident? I don't think I placed it. All right, so here's the all right, here's the gotcha. Here's the gimmick. Here's the thing that requires us to mess around with this a little bit. So the way we had this set up is that we had 6 keys on the bottom, and each one would be double wide, right? And that way, it kind of the idea is that we're going to split this into 2, right? And that means we can't use a long space bar. Problem is, I threw, like a freaking moron, I threw a key right in the middle here. So we really have 2 options here. Either we really have 2 options here. We can either change this from having 6 keys on the bottom, for instance, to having 8 keys maybe. That way we can get the split where we want it. Or we can move these around so that they're 1.5 units instead. Or we can just shift this one over and then it's off center. So, yeah. Why do I do this? What have I done? I'm thinking we just switch to 1.5 unit keys. So if we have 6 2-unit keys, it's 12. So we have 12 divided by 1.5. So yeah, we want 8, and we want to space them just as... So we want to add 2 keys, and we want to space them out, and then we will be able to split the keyboard right here, and we should have 5 here and 3 here, I think. Or, hang on, we have 6 now. So yeah, we have to add in a couple more keys. The way we have this laid out now is dumb. Yeah, it's stupid. So we have to add we got to add a couple in. We can change the numbers around later. I don't think it matters. Meanwhile, let's take another. Oh, why do I keep pressing that? This is looking pretty respectable. I'm not gonna fib you here. It's got some as I expected. It has some pretty severe ringing. This is a very wide printer, and we have a bit of under extrusion or something here. So the extrusion is a little inconsistent. Looks like there's is this a gap or a bit of discoloration? Bit of inconsistent extrusion near the bottom. Not sure what's up with that, and some pretty lousy ringing. But the ring or wobbling. It's sort of like when it rounds a corner. When it So when it rounds a corner, it doesn't like just snap direction. It wobbles a little bit, and that causes the wall next to a corner to be kind of wobbly and wavy. And the larger your printer is, the more give there is, the more stuff there is to flex. So the worse your ringing is going to be. And this one is particularly bad. So this is by no means a precise printer. You're going to try to do, if you're printing stuff like that as text on the side, or that you need to have very tight tolerances, this probably isn't the one for you. Like if you need, yeah. W. Lard says, why not make the bottom row ortholinear with 1 U keys? And I'm sure many other people have a hard time accurately hitting 1 unit keys with my thumb. Yeah. So like I just. On top of that, like it's gonna be hard to find. It's gonna be hard to find keys with the right labels on them. But yeah, I'd rather make them 1.75 unit. Or do you want to do 1.5 or 1.75? 12 over. Does this divide evenly? No, 12 over 1.75. We could also rearrange these to get 3 here and then make this one just bigger. I think that might be the best way to go about this. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go about this. So we'll rearrange these so that... so 1 unit is what? It's 20 millimeters or it's 19 millimeters? Let's see. So let's see, X. So this is on the 0. 19 millimeters. All right, so half a unit is going to be 19... 19 over 8. It's going to... No, 19 over 2. Hang on a sec. Half a unit is going to be 9.5. So, gird, make our grid 9.5. Move this one over 1. So we're going to... Hang on, we have to make this... Math. 19 over 4, 4.75. So we need to put this on 4.75 millimeter grid. So this has to be moved over 1/4 unit, so it's centered. This one has to be moved over 1 to center it, and 1 for the... hang on a second. 1 to center, and 1 to make it 1.5 units. This one needs to be moved over 3. Yeah. All right, and that will put it... That'll put our dividing line right here. Yeah. So we can make the ones on this... That might look a little weird, though. It'll be... that might look a little weird. It's awkward because there are 5 keys here. The split's really weird. I guess we could make this a number pad, I suppose. Like we could split this unevenly. You think that might... We'll have to route a lot of traces on this side, though. That could be a little weird. I don't like how tall this is. I'd like to push this down a bit. Probably makes more sense. Probably makes more sense for me to have located this at the bottom, like under the keys. Yeah. Suppose some other option. Another option. Let me see here. There we go. All right. Another option is we could make the keys on the far sides 1 unit, right? Like we could line them up with the grid. Let's center this. Yeah. So we could line this one and this one up with the grid and then space these out a little more. I think they would be what size what size stabilizers and keycaps are available? Like I don't actually know this. Because like it can't be only 1.5. It can't be only in half. Like can't go from 2 directly to 8, right? There has to be some intermediate sizes. So let's see. Keycap sizes. Anatomy of a keyboard. How many units? How many units are available? So yeah, most of them are 1.5. This is WAST keyboards, for instance. How to find keycaps that fit? Yeah, there have to be, because like this what's his name? This Ergodox, it's got to have like 3 unit keys or some crazy crap like that. Let me take a look. Let me see my Ergodox Infinity keycaps, because then I can use my own keyboard as a as reference. So yes, this is the keyboard that I've got. Are they selling this? Oh, it's a wait list. They're built to order. So what does it say on our keycaps? Infinity keycap set. There we are. Don't tell. Like I was hoping it would tell me what the names of what the layers are, or what the names of the sizes are. Why does everything have to be so hard? Is there something? Maybe there's something on the... Let's see. This one's easy thanks to its physical layout. You only need 3 different caps, 1, 1.5, and 2. Okay, so these are 2U keys, which is how we had them laid out before, and that awkwardly splits this one down the middle. So I guess we could keep them 2U. That'd be a little weird. So let me think here. So we have 12 units total, right? So we have 12 units total, and right now we have this split into 6 2-unit keys. So instead, we could split into 5 2-unit keys and 2 1-unit keys. So that would go. Oh yeah, that would be perfect. Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So we're going to set our grid to 9.5 for a half unit. We're going to move, all right, so this guy here, we're going to line back up with the grid. And then this, we're going to move over by a full key's worth, and this move over by a full key's worth, and there we go. Right? No, I'm wrong. We have to move this by a half a key. No, it's going to end here. Yeah, the boundaries of the keys are going to be right here. Let's see. Somebody just donated on Patreon. I just want to see how. Just want to see if the key. I want to see if the alert box. Yes, it worked. I set it up right. Woo! Thank you, Alexander, for the lovely Patreon donation. Yes. Strong Remaster said, "Can I use your idea of Hall effect sensors for my own glove? Or are you copywriting?" No, it's not patented. It's all open hardware. I wouldn't use the ones I used. I would get non-latching ones, like analog ones. I use digital ones. Made it too hard to calibrate. Also, remember, the position where I put the magnetometer is a bad idea because it was too close to the magnet. It was too close to the magnets. I would move that further, like closer to the wrist, if you're starting from scratch. In the meantime, this looks pretty sound. So we just have to add one more switch. Yep, here we go. We got to add. I'm gonna move this over. So this hasn't. So I didn't wire this up because I'm a dingus. So we're gonna want to jump on that. We can rearrange the furniture. We can rearrange the furniture later. Let's see. We're gonna have to wire this up. What is that gonna connect to? What's the next available? What's the next available pin? Oh, that's really awkward. Did I use all of them? 5 volts. What are pins 3 and 4? What are those? Oh, they're usable. Okay, cool. So we're going to use pin 4. And we are going to wire that in here. Neat. I gotta work on this. I gotta work on the scrolling. Cool. All right. So now we've wired that key up. We're gonna have to route that. Although it seems like it's mostly routed anyways. And now we need to add another key. So I'm just gonna copy this guy, throw it here. We're eventually gonna have to split this ground. We have to split the 2 boards apart eventually. I don't like the placement of that. Huh. So we don't need this anymore because we don't have this awkward split. I don't know why I did that. That was yeah. Some of the decisions I make during a stream are a little weird because it's hard to talk and explain myself and work at the same time. So oftentimes I'll look back on stuff I make during a stream and go, "What the heck?" Pardon my foul mouth, but what the heck was I thinking? All right, so we need to throw this in a spare I/O, and it's gonna get We're gonna have to move all these over. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to rip a few of these up. That's fine. Again, it's the price we pay for. The price we pay to do it properly, to save time down the line. Better to have to rewrite. Better to have to reroute a few than to have to reroute all of them. Did I do this right? Let me think here. It's gonna have to go. Something doesn't smell right here. Why is this? I should have ripped up all of these. Why is this one still connected? it's not. It just cut off weirdly. Okay. So we want this one here. Let's see. So this guy here should connect to the new button. All right. SNET. There we go. Yes, let's route the SNET. How's our how's this working? That's looking pretty solid. Yeah, so we'll see see if it's see if it's biasing to one side or something. But on the whole, this looks pretty sound. We should be about halfway done. The third of the way done, give or take. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, this printer's not bad. It's not a bad printer. Oh. All right, let's try to do this properly. How do we want to do this? Oh, we got a little subscription on the YouTube. I have to really have to turn that off. All right, let's move this thing into position before we forget, before we get too carried away. So we want this to go here. I know it looks weird. Don't worry. And all right, cool. So this is so this is positioned. This is positioned properly. And this has to move half a unit. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, Joe Wilkinson, thank you so much for the Patreon donation. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Oh, so let's route this. Let's route this thing. It was it's really generous donation too. It's funny, we're like for the $10 tier, we used to do this blooper reel, but we haven't been able to keep up with that because I'm just not making enough bloopers. I'm getting better at doing my job. So yeah. So I gotta figure out a new perk. Gotta figure out something else. I think we're gonna do this. I think we're gonna do like some sort of like call or like a private. I think we'll do like a private chat on the Discord instead of doing the blooper reel, just to add a little value. I think that's what I promised. Yeah, we're gonna plan that for later in the month. Keep people from canceling their subscription the last day of the month. This looks good. Okay, cool. Rat's Nest me. That was a bad idea. Rat's Nest simplifies the wires, but like it simplifies the wires, but it also fills in all the polygons, and that makes it really hard to see stuff. And I am sure there's some way to override that, but I will be damned if I know it. There we go. Oh, that looks a little wonky. And then we have one more. We got one more. Oh, I don't have room. Oh, this is so awkward. I tried to keep everything. In here, but there's just not enough room. We're gonna want to switch our grid back to 0.5 if we're gonna route on it. There's gonna be one awkward trace. Womp womp. Such an awkward trace. Alright. And this is it. Then the entire keyboard should be routed. These are 2-unit keys, so there's a bit of a there's something I don't know here. Yeah, I know. Zack's not omniscient. Who would have thought it? Who would have thunk it? Here's the thing. We got 2-unit keys here, right? Which normally would need stabilizers, but we're using chocks, which are low profile. So are there low profile stabilizers, or do we just not use them? Like, what do we do? Looking good. Yeah, like what do we do here? Are there even stabilizers? Do we add redundant keys to support them? Like, do we 3D print them? What are we doing here? Maybe I should look that up. I've heard that there's this resource called the internet. It has like all kinds of useful information on it. There we go. We got ourselves a Keeb. Got ourselves a Keeberino. Now, let me think here. It's probably not worth it, but in retrospect, we probably should have placed the I/O expander here to reduce the profile, because routing all these traces has made this thing real thick. If you catch my drift. I have to move this around a little bit to recover some of the space. But let's save before anything goes wrong. Yes. Trying to learn 1, 2, 3, 4 says, how big is this printer? this is a huge printer. Today we're testing out the BiQu B1 SE Plus, which is 310 by 310 by 340 millimeters, and it's only $300, so it's a pretty hellacious printer. I'm like it definitely has its downsides. Like there are some aspects of the build that are on the cheap side. But the quality is definitely passable, and I mean, Jesus, the size for the money, you just can't beat it. Yeah, so I guess my verdict so far is that this should not be anyone's first printer, and this shouldn't be anyone's only printer. But I think this is an excellent second printer. Yeah, I think this is a pretty solid second printer. This is the biggest printer I've ever owned by a mile. It's huge. It's crazy. It's really tall too, which is going to make it really hard to put it in frame. And it's just your standard, runs Marlin. It's your standard Ender type deal. It's got a bed leveling sensor, which is nice. Works all right. The glass bed's a little bit extra. Yeah. Oh, man. Cool. This thing, on the other hand, can we shrink this down if we move this bit? If we move the chip over, can we pull it down a little bit? I don't think so. I think it's still going to take the same amount. It would be nice to be able to route some of these. I think we should do this. Going to route some of the traces in between the keys. We have to be careful because these are drill holes. But I think this is worth it. We want to do some of our routing in between the keys because when it comes to mechanical keyboard, the profile matters a lot. I want to keep this thing slim, trim, and handsome. So we're gonna want to move some of these around. How do I want to do this? Do I want to group them? Grouping could get a little wacky. But let's see what happens. Probably want to pull these into separate groups. Let's see. Routing the boards. I didn't really lay this out right for this, did I? We're gonna have to move. Oh. Yeah, let's just rearrange this a little bit. I don't want to get too carried away. I don't want to get too carried away with this. Does it make more sense to move these or to just rip them up and redraw them? I think we should. Yeah, I think we should rip them. Yeah, here we go. What do you think? Should I turn some music on? Or are we being entertaining enough? Ooh, we definitely don't want. Definitely don't want to collide with a hole. We don't want to route a trace over a hole. That would be a little, how do I say it, non-conductive. Don't need this little vestige. Let's see. And hopefully we can tuck some of these out of the way. How did I have this routed? I had this on here. There we go. And hopefully this allows me to move the chip down. Pull this down a little bit. That made a lot of strange sounds. Hand Scamager says, part of Fusion now, but in the free version you're limited to double layer 80 square centimeter PCBs. Yeah, the board size limit is it's nothing new, I guess. Yeah. The board size limit is nothing new. They've been doing that for a while, and it's the reason why certain boards like the Arduino are a super awkward size. Because they were built to. Wait, what? Did I connect this to two? Oh, it's the ground pin. All right. It hasn't recalculated from the whatchamacallits. Hasn't recalculated the planes. Good. Yeah, that's why a lot of older open hardware electronics are in really weird sizes. Because they were designed to fit the Eagle, fit the free version of Eagle's constraints. So we can move a few of these. We can move a few of these in between. We can't. Unfortunately, we can't route a tremendous number down and around. I think, because can't pass them through. We'd have to move some of these around. It'd be a little on the weird side. Probably would have made sense to do it by row like we did over here. But we're operating under different constraints. So this is going to allow me to drop this down. Hang on a sec. All right, so all this finagling is going to allow me to drop this by, so we can fit 3 through each of these. So we're going to lose 3, 6, 9, 12, 14. Am I right here? So we'll be able to drop that down by 14, I think, or 15. Avish4Y says, why is the MCU in the top left? Because this is going to be a split keyboard, and I want to put it. Basically, this is going to be part of a cyberdeck, and the Raspberry Pi part of the cyberdeck, the processor, is going to be on the right side. So I want it to have a straight shot. We have to put it on some corner, right? I don't like having it in the middle. It makes it awkward to route the cables. I don't like having it dead in the center. All right. Yep. So we're gonna route these. Let's see. So we're gonna rip these guys up. There we go. So that we can route them in between the keys. Save ourselves some room. There we go. Routing boards. All right. Let's see. Yeah, we're putting I/O expanders. Oh, looks like I can't. I don't need to. Looks like I don't have to explain anything because my chat is on the ball. Avish 4Y says, Raspberry Pi, so you don't plan on using QMK. Well, ideally, I'd like to use the RP2040 for this. QMK is great, but I was talking about this earlier on the stream. So if you'd like to backtrack, all that's going to be available on the second YouTube channel. But I was talking about this on stream on earlier part of the stream a little bit. QMK is great. The problem with QMK is that you have to recompile it whenever you change something as simple as like the key map. This isn't making it any shorter, is it? This is just saving a little bit of room. Oh boy. Will we be able to? Yeah, this isn't making it any shorter. We're gonna have to do some more substantial changes. Let me think here. So I think we might just end up writing a very simple firmware or adapting Adafruit's. Adapting Adafruit's CircuitPython based mechanical keyboard firmware. I don't think this really. Yeah, this isn't going to save any space. I think we've made ourselves a boo boo. I think we'd have to rearrange the keys. We'd have to rearrange the keys to get this any closer. Yeah. I screwed up. I made a boo boo. Yep. All right. Let's just undo all that. So there is going to be a little bit of room here. Yeah, we'd have to redo some nets to get stuff to overlap. Kind of awkward. Let me think. Is it worth redoing the nets, or is it okay to just have a little bit of a lip on top? Like another thing we could do here is we could take these what are they called? Take these little OLED buttons and put them like on the top row here. That could help. How would so let's see. Which one? Let me look around here for a sec. So let's see. If we were to take this and turn it sideways, would that save any room? Not really. The best thing we could do to save room. Move IC3. Hang on. The best thing we do to save room is take this and throw it here, because that would throw it here or here even, because that would allow us to place it under the board and reduce our footprint to basically nothing. We would have to redo a bunch of the traces, possibly all of the traces. I know it seems like a waste. This project really does have to. I really do have to move this project forward. We get away with redoing a few that would. Yeah, we get away with redoing a few that would make it harder to remap the keys, though. Hey, look, this is thinking an engineering project through is part of the challenge. So some options are we could rearrange a few of the traces, not all of them, just like we could rip up some of them and redo some of them to enable us to route more of them in between the keys. Another option is we could rip them all up and throw it here. We could leave it as is. Finished project is better than a great project. The best place would be to put it here. But yeah, the best place would be to put it right there. We would have a bunch of room if we put it here. So like we could move IC3. So we could try to get this like here, and then we're just routing traces, like basically like routing traces all over the place. like centered here. Crap. I underestimated how thick this would be. I underestimated like how wide all these traces stacked up on each other was going to be. Let's see. Another option, we could move this. Let's see. I see 3. Another option is we could move it here so that part of the traces are coming out to the left and part of them are coming out to the right. That way we could keep some. That way we wouldn't have to redo nets, right? We just have to redo traces. I think. Yeah, I think that might be the way to go. Stack all these up. Yeah. Well, look, it's part of the This is part of the process. Let's take another look at our print. The print's coming along really well. Surface, we haven't had any. Doesn't look like we're having any more under extrusion. Layers are looking mighty fine. We're about exactly halfway in. There's a tiny bit of blobbing. There's a tiny bit of blobbing around the edges. So I think our extrusion multiplier could be like we did round up. So our extrusion multiplier could be like a shade too high. As for what we're going to do here, so thinking through a few options. Man, I feel terrible wasting. Like I feel terrible wasting all that time, but yeah, especially because we're so far behind schedule. Rotating this thing 90 degrees wouldn't help. Like, let me just think here. Would it do anything if we turned it on its side and placed it like here, for instance? Would that do anything, or would we still have to completely rip up and redo everything? Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to save. We're going to group up everything we laid down today. We're going to rip up just that. And that way we can move this around and see if we can find a nice place to put this that minimizes or eliminates the number of traces overlapping each other. So could do this. I don't think this is going to be. I think it's going to be great though. I think if we do it like so, we're going to have some overlapping. I think, but it wouldn't be that much. If we turn it on its side, we would have a lot of overlaps that we'd have to route around. Maybe this is the way to go. Maybe this is the way to go right here. Because then, yeah, if we place it here, then we can route. A sec. I'm just going to route a few for testing purposes. They're not dolphins, so we have to make sure. Can't let those evil dolphins win. Let's just route a couple of these. So this is the next one up, and so on and so forth. So we got 5 in this column. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this one. This should be the top, right? I'm sort of simulating how this would come together if we rerouted it. I think this is the way. I think this could be the way to go, because it's. What's going on? What's going on, Brooke? Oh, that must be a dog. Something just scratched at the door. I thought it was Brooke opening the door, but I think it might be It might be a puppy trying to get in. So this is going to go up up here. Again, we're going to rip all these up after we're done. This is the top of that row, correct? No, it's the bottom of this row. This is the top of that row, so it's going to be routed next to it. Yeah. This is going to get so then on the other side, this is going to get routed here. So these are going to overlap. These are going to cause some awkwardness. Unless, so we have to be able to route all of these. Hang on a second. We have to be able. All right. So in order for this to work, we're going to have to be able to fit most of these traces inside here. Unless, no, we'll just lift this up a little bit, and then we have plenty of room, top and bottom, top, bottom, and middle to route traces. Cool. These ones on the top are going to have to be rearranged. I don't think there's any way around that. All right, I think this is the way to go. We're gonna. Oh, the stabilizers. Yeah, we never finished that. Never finished looking that up. Kale chalk stabilizers. Do we do stabilizers? The set of stabilizers is for chalks only. It will not work on MX style switches. If you try and fail, please be sure to visit this product page again and look at the bottom, where my last words are meant for you. I told you so. So it looks like there are indeed stabilizers. So I guess that means that our plan of putting a chip here can't work at all, right? Because we're going to need stabilizers. It's all so hard. I mean, yeah, we're like, let me get this out of here. So where are the stabilizers going to go? So I'm just going to simulate these with a rectangle. So where do the stabilizers actually go? Do they are they like going to go evenly between? I guess they can't go evenly between the keys. They're going to have to go sort of like over here, right? So that's, I mean, it's going to punch a big hole in the area where we wanted to route traces. Whether or not the thing itself. Oh boy. See, I knew there was a reason. I knew there was a reason for my madness. Avish4Y says, "Wait, you're routing by rows and columns?" No, I'm just connecting them all together. We'll map it all in software later. Because we're using, yeah, we'll map it all in software later. There's no reason to keep track of rows and columns because it's not a matrix. We're just hooking all these up to an I/O expander. Yeah, stabilizers are going to get in the way. We're not even going to be able to try to put it here because stabilizers aren't going to give us enough room to route all the traces. So this is what we had before. Let's engage the brain. I think we're just gonna have to live with this. I think we're just gonna have to live with this. Yeah. I mean, we could move this off to the side, but this thing is already it's better to add height to this thing than width because the cyber deck itself is going to be quite wide, and we're adding these extra buttons over here. The width for this thing, by the way, was set by the cyber deck itself, by the width of the display and the computer module. So I think we're just gonna have to live with it. Could be worse. We could let's see. We could move a few of these around. Just actually try to route some in between, but maybe that's the best way to do this. Like if we ripped this up, then these traces here could be moved, you know, could be moved into it. Like we could route a few in here. It's a bit of a weird layout. Reagan says, hey Zach, because we have a new audience, can you show us the cyber deck? Oh yeah, I should probably show you. Yeah, that's a good idea. Show you folks what we're making. So for a past video, I made this cyber deck, which is a sort of like all-in-one cyberpunk laptop tablet type dealio. And this one was made out of a Raspberry Pi 400, which is why the keyboard is all chiclety. And the project is really cool, but it wasn't really practical for anyone else to make, in part because like the Pi 400 wasn't really designed to be modded into things. It's all glued together. Yeah. But also, it's just not, it doesn't make a great kit. It uses too many parts that are, it uses all off-the-shelf components because I built it in a hurry. So this I want to make with custom circuit boards so we can make it a kit. The displays actually showed up. I haven't tested them yet, but we can take a look at it. Yeah, yeah, I think we can just, I think we'll just rip some of these up, route traces in between them, and call it a day. Yep. The perfect is the enemy of the finished. I should put that in the quote bot. All right. So this, well, these traces, the way I routed these traces so far, already unworkable because this one here is going over a hole. JV Peak says custom PCB equals slot for compute module. Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah, the Hiroshi connectors are a little hard to solder by hand, but like the CM4 is just the perfect board for the job. It's just the perfect part. I think this is the way to go. Grab all of this and shift it all a little bit this way. Yeah, just far enough to get us away from the, there we go. Just far enough to get us away from the hole. We don't want to try to route traces over a hole. That's a bad idea. Yeah. I think this is our best bet. We'll just this way we will we'll be able to reuse most of what we've already done, and yeah. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a pain to recreate in software. It's not sensible or elegant, but then again, like, you know, nearly no one actually looks at the source of an open source project. It's important to remember how few people actually pay attention to that type of stuff. So we can run, I don't think we can we fit another trace in here? I guess we could if we really wanted to. Yeah. No, don't want to turn all of it. There we go. I guess we could if we really felt like it.
Not showing your work.
Oh crap, I'm still looking at my face. Oh my god. Sorry folks. That must have been really boring. Sorry about that. I forgot to switch off my face. Oh man, I get so caught up building the project. I every once in a while I forget to be entertaining. Sorry about that. I just got so in the tank. I went so deep into the tank that I forgot to be all entertaining and stuff. Oh my gosh. How embarrassing. How unbecoming of a cyborg hardware hacker. There we go. Alrighty. This we should actually put over here. Thanks for letting me know in chat, folks. That was a real stupid on my part. Maybe we should have taken the play video games option. I decided to, speaking of listening to people, I decided to take all the advice, and I've been kind of working at half speed over the last week or so. I've been working kind of half speed over the last week or so I can kind of recover a little bit. And if you're wondering why the next episode is taking so freaking long to come out, that's why I decided to slow my roll instead of fight hard to get back on schedule. I decided to slow down a little bit, and the great Twitch switch definitely played into that. It's much less stressful to run these things on Twitch. All right, let's save. Okay, so this guy we're gonna have to via over. Not the nicest, but what can we do? Why is the dog going berserk again? Pupper. He's been barking a lot. I think he wants the attention. I don't know where he picks up these habits. Yeah. Like he's been begging at the table too, and we've never ever indulged him when he begs for food at the table. We don't know where he gets this from. He must have picked it up. Picked it up on the doggy school bus. There is no doggy school bus. I was making a joke. He's homeschooled. Save this. Yeah, too much screen time. Too much screen time. All that Minecraft must be rotting his brain. All that spending time with those creepers, putting fake blocks together. It's just rotting his brain. How will kids these days ever know right from wrong? I would make a terrible parent. I'd have, yeah, pretty much 100% chance someone would call Child Protective Services. I mean, like, Child Protective Services. I saw this Freedman fellow. I saw him letting his kid walk around the neighborhood the other day, like on his own. I don't even think he had a cell phone. All right, so this is the next. So it's the top ones that we have to. It's these ones here that are getting in the way. The top ones. We gotta get rid of those. Doggo Protective Services. We don't let the dog wander around the neighborhood. Apparently, that's people will steal your dog. Like if you just let your dog, if you just leave your dog outside a store or something, people will frickin' steal your dog. I don't know what like. Why would someone steal a dog, first off? And second off, that sounds like a really good way, a really good life hack for getting your dog adopted. Like if you're fostering a dog and you need to find it a home, just leave it, just go shopping and let it hang out outside the grocery store. Someone will come along and steal the dog or go, oh my, what a neglectful owner, leaving you alone in the heat. Let me get you away from them. There you go. You now got the dog adopted. You got him a forever home. I don't know why I keep just retyping route so often. I don't know why I keep screwing this one up. There, we don't need to bring it down as far. Jeez Louise. No, not the whole thing. Oh my god. Oh my gentle Jehoshaphat. This big Vase mode print's looking pretty frickin' nice. I am surprised. I guess there's no reason... Is there a reason to do this? Yeah. Because now we can rip this up. Rip, rip, rip. Rip, 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 rip. Alright. I think we should be able to fit this in here. Just run this parallel. I don't think we'll be able to fit that. Nope. We also want to bring these down as far as we can, because that will make it easier for us to move the chip down later, because that's the whole purpose of doing this frustrating exercise. What's a tedious exercise. Yes. Yeah, let's let that print. Oh my, what a tedious endeavor. Are there still, like, high culture people out there, or have they just, like, said screw it and become Instagram people? Let's take a look at chat. It's been a few seconds. Is doggo is nature? Yes. Reagan says, if somebody steals a $40 radio from a car, a Labrador seems legit. Yeah, I guess. Although, like, you can bring the radio, or, like, you bring the radio or the wiring or something to, like, the metal, to, like, the scrapyard and get some money for it, but, like, I don't know how you'll convert a Labrador to crack. I don't know what the crafting chain for that one is. Or meth, I guess. I don't know. What do people do around here? What do people do in this town for fun? What do people steal radios for? I'm guessing meth. I don't know how you would convert a dog to meth. Unless you just happen to have a meth dealer that likes dogs, I guess. Okay. Alright, I think, you know what, just rip a few of these up. Rip a big old pile of these up. Save ourselves some time. What if I'm making I bet I'm making some other giant mistake and we're just gonna have to rip this all up again. Seems to be the way this game is played on this channel, isn't it? There we go. Can always refactor this later to make the board more beautiful. Alright. And yeah, let's follow this. Yeah, Eagle doesn't give you great... At least this version of Eagle. Maybe they added this later. I keep saying, like, Eagle doesn't do this, Eagle doesn't do that, but, like... Maybe I am using an older version. Anyways, Eagle doesn't give you a lot of tools for working with multiple traces at once. I don't think they have the ability to route multiple traces at once or move them move them together. I'm just gonna let's just hide the top copper. Alright, so this is our top. We don't care about it. We'll deal with it later. Let's rip up a few more. Oh, stop borking. I'm okay with this stream running a little bit longer, because yeah, I'm okay with the stream running a little bit longer because like I have to do this anyways. I got to get these boards out to like this project and this video are sponsored by Next PCB. The stream, you know, like the stream is obviously like sponsored by BiQu, but this project is for a video that's sponsored by one of these overseas manufacturers, so I have to get these boards done and have them shipped out as rapidly as possible, or we are going to have a serious problemo. We're going to have to delay the episode. I gotta get that 3D filament episode underway. Like I've got all the boats done. I just have to frickin' photograph them and compile all my notes. It's sort of like doing 3 episodes at once. And when I say sort of, I mean we're doing 3 episodes at once. We're not going to release them all on the same day, of course. But like there's no value in like filming them over separate days. I keep forgetting I don't need to rerun the route command after doing the rat's nest to simplify the wires. We'll simplify these down the line. I think I can cram 1 or 2 more in here, and this should let us pull that chip way down, way down. I can't fit any more in here, but that's all right. Cool. Hey. So can we fit another one in here, or is that not gonna help us? Okie dokie. 12-hour stream incoming. I don't think it's going to be that bad. Brooke says, I took the dog outside and now people are trying to download him? No, you can't download the dog. He's non-fungible. He's an NFD. No, we have... I forget all the stupid terminology that crypto scammers use. You wouldn't download a car. I would totally download a car. Are you kidding? Probably would have downloaded 3 cars this month. I wouldn't print a car, but that's more of a matter of practicality than morality. All right. So we got is this it? No, we got looks like 1 more plus the ones that we have to via over via an OIVIA. That's one. That's a via you have to put in because like you routed the traces like crazy, and you know that if you like a crazy person, and you know that if anyone actually took a look at your engineering, they go, "Oy vey." It's an OIVIA. Nice. Have to make sure to save. Oof. So today's stream is sponsored by... yeah, there we go. Today's stream is sponsored by BiQu, who gave me this rather radical, enormous 3D printer. If you're new to the stream, this thing's 300 by 300 by 340 millimeters. It's ridiculously huge. So we're doing this giant Vase mode print. This has got to be the largest single 3D print I've ever made. Anyways, they sponsor this. You can use the every once in a while the thing posts a link, or you can type in !sponsor to get a link to buy this on AliExpress. It's only $300 frickin', and I'm actually really impressed. Yeah. So yeah, thanks a lot to them for sponsoring this. We're going to return back to that printer. Or analyzing this print once it finishes. Should be nearly done. Probably only have maybe a half hour left on it. It is a really inexpensive printer. It's suspiciously. That's why we're doing these prints. I printed an extra hard calibration cube, which actually looks great. Apart from the extruder multiplier being off, which we fixed, it actually it actually came out looking really good. Focus, please. Yeah, that's not bad. Looks like a 60-degree overhang, give or take. Yeah. Hi. And, yeah. Pretty freaking solid. So yeah, it only has one lead screw in the Z-axis, so that's why I'm doing this print. We're gonna see if it has any weirdness more on one side than another, just in case like there's gonna be a little more play on the unsupported side. It's gonna flop a little bit, but it looks like the auto bed leveling took care of that. So yeah, pretty impressive. Has some spiffy features as well. So yep, I went into this with the worst intentions, and turns out to actually be a pretty solid printer. If we have time, I'd like to bust open the extruder and see how that's put together, because the Viper that was given for another stream turned out to be a lot harder to maintain than I expected, and would have given people a false impression of what I thought about the printer. Alright, rip these bad boys up. I don't want to rip up the entire thing, because routing them out from underneath the board is kind of awkward. So let's see here. So we're doing from here to here to here. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So I think we can follow this. Yep, that looks alright. It's alright if we, like, I'm routing these very gently, you know, with like 45-degree angles and stuff, but it's not necessary. It's more of an aesthetic thing. It's not necessary to do this. These are key switches. They're carrying like low speed signals. We are not worried about any parasitic inductance or any of that. No. This guy is going here, and then we're gonna want to skip the top probably, right? Because we're actually, hang on a second. We've made a minor miscalculation here. We've already done everything we need. Groupity group. We've already done everything we need to move this chip down and to take advantage of the extra space we created. That is not helping. There we go. There we go. All that extra space is just coming straight off the. Extra space is just coming straight off the board. Or yeah, coming straight off the dimensions of the board. So can we move it down this far, or are we gonna have too much trouble? Routing these. Can we cram 3 traces in there? I think we can. Split. There we go. Man, I could totally go for banana split. You go get some. Yeah. Oh, we have ice cream cake. It was Brooke's birthday recently. Brooke's birthday a couple days ago. So we have some ice cream cake. Apparently Brooke is a terrifying fiend for Dairy Queen. Got a little ice cream cake action. So we're gonna move these guys up and out of the way. We need just enough room for one more trace. I think then we can make this work. We're gonna have to, I think we might have to get a little creative to fit those vias in here. But I think this will work. Let's rip this up and reroute it. Same with this. Almost. Oh, that's so obnoxious. Can we at least fit this one? Yeah, definitely. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. Dills42 asks, can you upload some ice cream cake to things? You need like the opposite of a 3D printer. You need an unextruder. Like a cold. Oh, there it is. JV Peak says to print it, you need a cold end and a cooled print chamber. Yep. We're making history over here. This is going to be an historic chat. The time when they invented the ice cream printer. Kids will sit in your lap and say, "Grandpa, are you telling me that you couldn't? There was a time you couldn't download ice cream? You had to go to a store and buy it, like in real life." And you'll be all like, "Who are you?" Man, if we could fit this trace, if we could fit this trace here below this, then we could take this trace here and get that below, and save ourselves a whole bunch of room. But I don't think we can get any closer than this. I think we can do this. Nope, I'm wrong. I am wrong. I think we can do this. All we have to do is open up enough space for one more. Just one more. So if we split... that, I think we can do this. We fit this in here. It's a tight squeeze. A little too close. A little too close for comfort. A little too close for a comforter. But there we go. Yeah, because all we have to do is be able to move this down a tiny bit. And then we'll be able to carve off even more. We'll be able to save even more space. People looking at my schematic and looking at my code are going to be like people looking at my code for this is going to be looking at the Chromance's code and looking at the strip assignments. You'll be like, what the hell was this guy smoking? It's okay if it's not a perfect 45-degree angle. We'll have a chance to adjust it later. All right. Cool, cool. Let's route this. All right, here we go. All right, now we just need to push all these down and we can get that last one in here. There we go. JV Peak says, okay, we need a soft serve machine and a handful of stepper motors. We need a cold end. We're gonna like just circulate refrigerant through the printer to make ourselves a cold end. It has to be a collab with Technology Connections. Got to use a heat exchanger. One of these days, I'm glad we've made it this far without. I'm glad we made it this far without having like that one project that the channel just has too many of, and everything always ends up being around like Technology Connections and heat exchanger. I tried to force it with water cooling a little bit, but it turns out that people aren't interested. So, yeah. Bap, bap, bap. So can we get this thing... Can we route this out of here without it colliding with anything? It's going to be a squeeze, but I think we got... Yeah, we got it. Oh, man. Saved a whole bunch of space. Look at all of these. Oh, man. We can get rid of all... We can get rid of all of this. We carved like a 1/4 inch off this thing. I don't think we can... Yeah, I don't think we can drop this any further. At least I'm not gonna try on stream, because that would be boring. Boring as heck. The Water Cooling Everything channel says JV Peak is Linus Tech Tips. I think, oh, what's this guy? Major Hardware or something? He's got the water cooling on lock as well. There are a lot of pretty slick water cooling projects. Frickin' subscription notifications. That's for the YouTube channel. We are not affiliates yet. So we cannot accept... oh, there we go. We're not affiliates yet on Twitch, so we cannot accept subscriptions. I don't think we can do bits either. But don't you worry, that is only a week or two, hopefully a week or two away. Alrighty. Routing boards. Anyone watching this who's new, hasn't seen one of my videos or checked in on one of these streams before? Because that's the hope. The hope is to get some new folks on the Twitch who, unlike folks on the YouTube, are actually interested in watching live streams. Yeah. Oh man, that video that I did on, like, hey, no more streams, has the highest upvote ratio of any video I've ever done. It has like something like 20% of engagement. Basically 20% of people who watch that video hit the like button or left a comment to the effect of, like, thank you. I don't think I've ever done anything in my life that people appreciated that much. So yeah, it was a tough decision to make, but I think it was the right one. I have to remember to switch the pull-up and pull-down resistors on this thing to give it a different address. Give this I2C I/O expander. Oh, this is the top one. Although we can't like get through this either. So yeah, I think we can actually connect this one. Hey. Oh, I don't want to rip that much. So yeah, we got anyone new? Alternate Flux says, well, you have 100 people watching you lay out a keyboard on a holiday, so some like the content. Fair enough. I never know how it works with the holidays. It's like, my gut check is that more people should tune in, right? Because, you know, you have time off work. But Brooke thinks that fewer people tune in because they're going to be doing stuff, you know, with like friends and whatnot. And I say, like, you know, we're a tech channel. Like, who the hell has friends? But yeah, apparently we only have a sample size of 1 year. We have a sample size of 1 year, but it sure seems like certain holidays people watch streams more, and other holidays, or videos too. Certain holidays people are on YouTube and Twitch and whatnot more, and on other holidays they're on it less. All right, so this is the one that we're gonna via over so that we can leave some room for everything else to make it through. So let's rip this up entirely. Right? Right. Alright, we also want to keep that ripped. Huiso says, you normally stream while I'm at work. 2 p.m. is blocking me from watching. Intriguing. Yeah. I guess, like, for a stream, I guess the other thing I was thinking is that so we can't write anything down here anyways, so we're gonna send these over here. Okay. Yeah, I guess I kind of intended, like, people to listen to the streams while they work on their projects, but yeah, and I assumed that a lot of people would be working on their projects over Labor Day. Well, look, it's possible to know. The numbers do seem low, but this is a new platform. We got a bump last week because it was new and fresh. Last week's stream was kind of a disaster, though, so look, who knows? Who knows? There are so many factors. There's so many factors that like change viewership. I don't like it's next to impossible to do any strategizing. It's all shots in the dark the whole way, right? But yeah, after this it's done, we're gonna take a lot of pictures of boats. This is great. Yeah, we got the contest coming up. We're doing our wearables contest. I feel like I haven't said anything about that in a few minutes. But yeah, so starting, I mean, you can start your project right now. The official kickoff is hopefully going to be on Monday. But yeah, Lulzbot and I are running a contest to design wearables for Halloween. It's our Hello Wearables contest. Isn't that a great title? Isn't that title great? Yeah, so we're doing our Hello Wearables contest. And yeah, so the contest is simply make something that is A, wearable, and B, heavily involves 3D printing. And all you have to do is get it up on Things and let me know about it. I'll tell you how once we announce the contest. And you could win a $1,500 printer. I think hopefully 5 kilos of filament made by 5 kilos of high-end recycled PETG made by Greengate in Long Island, I believe. We're still working that out, and we have a whole bunch of other prizes. Oh right, and the top X winners will be featured in a video. I will build your project if I'm able to, and I'll feature you in a video. So yeah, the cutoff for that is, I think, the October 13th, I believe. October 15th, the second Saturday in October. But we'll announce that properly, and you can work on that. Yeah. Anything wearable. It can be fashion, it can be cosplay, it can be a wearable computer, it can be whatever the heck you want. As long as it's wearable and it's 3D printed, you can win yourself a super fancy 3D printer and a whole bunch of filament and a spot on the show. Yeah, never run a contest before. I mean, we've run giveaways before, but never a contest with judging. So I'm super excited about this. Archangel says, "I'm printing parts for a proto tank, right? What's a proto tank? Is that like an armored vehicle of some kind?" Or is it like a liquid, like a fluid vessel? Wait a second. Where does this go? Where does that go? Oh, that's stupid. I wired this up like a dingus. I netted this up wrong. Let's what the heck is this? I like how they put all those disclaimers in the cherry in the kale stabilizer. You know that was written in blood. Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, so this should go to this. Alright. That makes much more sense. There we are. There we are. Yeah, unfortunately with the 3D printer stream, we can't spend the whole stream featuring the 3D printer because it has to print. Printing takes time. Oh, by the way, says JV Peak, your chat doesn't display all emotes. Some pictures don't load. Are you faking that? Are you uploading the image not found? Avish 4Y says, you ever looked into Voron printers? A lot of people have told me to look into them, so I've looked into them. I don't, I made it a Patreon goal. Like if we hit like 3,000, which we've been dancing around, but if we hit 3,000, then we'll build a Voron and run Clipper on it. We'll do it right. Yeah. JV Peak says, low effort troll, I'm sorry. It doesn't help that you named the emote JV Peak missing. It didn't help that you gave the joke away in the name of the emote. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just super saying. Alright. So I think this is all of it. We're gonna have to we got to run those vias though, and this is gonna be tricky because we are tight on space. Space is at a serious premium here. So let's see. So where are they? Is this one of them? No. There we go. So this is one of them. And oh man, we're even gonna place this? Where are we gonna place these things? Yeah, I think we screwed ourselves. I think we boxed ourselves in. Don't have any room to drop vias. Now we're using so many of these pins. So many of these pins. Like we could reassign stuff so we don't need to run them as far. Like we could reroute some of these to try to open up some space. I think that might be our best bet. JV Peak says, you won't believe how many streamers reload the overlay. Is that like a problem that happens often? So let's see, where's pin 25 here? So, yeah, so these are I/O pins. All right. So this one right here, we want to move this to pin 25. Oh. Or 26, I mean, pin 26. All right. Yep, so basically I'm just going to reassign a few of these to move them over. We should have done this in the first place. Yeah, so basically I'm going to take all these and move them up. Let's actually maximize this window. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, what I'm doing here is just... Oh, something made a different sound. What happened here? Are we done? Are we done? Our print's finished? Our print is finished. All right. Looking good. Oh, man. All right. Oh, this actually looks really good. So, let's see. I'm gonna put in print done. I like that it makes a sound. I added some custom G-code to my Prussias to make them make a sound, and I have this really loud buzzer that I want to put on. There we go. So that's what we want to do. This really big one that we want to put on the tool changer. So let's take a look here. Is it beep twice? Oh, it's reminding me. Okay, very nice. So take a look at the surface. We definitely have some ringing. We definitely have some artifacts. This is where I assume this is where it's shifting up the z-axis. But you know, here's the important part. Let's look at the other side. Let's look at the other side. The other side looks more or less the same. What's this mean? So, yeah, it doesn't look like the fact that this only has one lead screw. It doesn't seem like the single lead screw is causing a loss of accuracy or anything. We have a bit of a booger on here, but it's to be expected. Let's see if we can remove this thing without breaking it. I was specifically told not to use metal tools. So, all right, you know what? Time to bust this out. I've been saving this thing since we moved. They include a metal scraper, but they told me specifically not to use it. I've been saving this since the move. It's the greatest thing for removing prints from fragile beds. New York City Metro card. It's super thin and super flexible. It's great for getting up under the prints. There we go. So this is going to be very light because it's only a 0.04 millimeter line. That's it. It's just one continuous line. It's very light, very delicate. And yeah, the quality actually looks pretty sound. Here, I'm going to raise the light. Let's see here. I'm going to raise the light. We're going to cast it straight down, which is super unflattering way to light prints because it shows any roughness in the layers. And this looks all right. See, as we turn it around, it's basically uniform. So I don't think there's a lot of slop being caused by the single lead screw. Yeah. Just to be sure, let's grab our calipers carefully so we don't scratch the bed. And just measure opposite ends. 60, let's see, it's supposed to be 60. It's going to be a little inaccurate. 59.5, and on this side, it is 59.6, give or take. So yeah, so it seems like the auto leveling takes care of any inaccuracy introduced by the single lead screw. And even though this thing was really hauling ass around in circles and moving up Z constantly, it doesn't look like it caused much of an effect on the quality of the print. So there you go. I was a little skeptical about the single lead screw, but it doesn't seem to have a tremendous effect on the print. Granted, this was like a very crude test. You know, if we want to do this properly, we would like print, for instance, an entire plate of calibration cubes. Or I'm sure there's a special test for this as well that I just don't know. But for the purpose of just making, like I assume if you're printing big things, you're probably making stuff like cosplay props and sculptures and vases and yada yada. And that stuff doesn't need to be sub-millimeter accurate, right? Like, so I think this can get the job done. Yeah, so we've got a bit of an issue here at the bottom. Let's get that all focused in. So we have a little bit of sketchy feeding that's causing this layer to break. And that was near the beginning, and I don't know why that is. But the rest of this looks fine. The layers are actually stuck really well for a single layer, for a single perimeter print. So yeah. That looks pretty good. This is pretty. It's pretty nice. Huiso says like it's really smooth, but there's obvious spots where there's Oh, you used a sex word. I'm gonna allow people to say splooge in chat. Yeah, there is a little bit of that, but you're gonna you're gonna see that. Like I see that from everything. Dills42 says, would that have been from the filament change? Yeah, we did run. That's true. We did run out of filament almost immediately. JV Peak says, put it on your head and you're the 3D printer king. All right, so we're already going overtime here. It's already 5:20. But I want to, let's see, it's already 5:20. We're a little overtime here. I still want to take the lid off this thing. I want to take a look at the extruder real quick. Brooke, what do you say? Can we run for a few minutes longer, or do you think we should call it a day? Worst case scenario, we could do this on Monday or something. Yeah, Brooke, what do you think? Can we should we keep rolling, or should we end it here? Brooke says we can keep going. All right. Yeah, she's also keeping an eye on the dog. It's not just my decision. It's not just Brooke's decision. It's the dog's decision. So, the thing that I want to check out is the extruder. Specifically, how is the extruder constructed, and how difficult is it to service? Let's, all right, cool. It cooled off very quickly. That's a little unnerving. We want the extruder to be able to keep some heat. So let's, yeah, where it is right now is a good place to service it. And basically, I want to pull the lid off. We'll take a look at what's going on inside. 3D printers, even ones that all you have to do is screw the top to the bottom, they still require some maintenance. And I don't want anyone to come away with a positive impression of something that's hard to take care of. So, yeah, let's pull this thing apart. Oh, I didn't switch cameras, did I? Oi, Vault. There we go. Gotta get better at this. I gotta get better at this. The heads-up display. I got the heads-up display working with chat, but I really want to get it working with like the stream itself, so I can keep an eye on the stream and know when I've got the angles wrong. I am trying to work the heads-up display back into the show. Don't worry. Let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. All right. Use the included wrenches to take it off. I might have to go around back. Come on. There are 3 screws holding the parts together. And I think we have to remove the if I'm seeing this correctly, I think we have to remove the entire extruder in order to open it up and access it. So that's what I'm going to do now. We've got a screw down here. I think that's it. Right? Maybe not. Oh, there we go. We got a screw here. I'm going to catch it. We don't want any screws falling on a glass plate. Even a small amount of metal falling on a glass plate could crack it. Are we still in frame here? All right. All right. Let's get back here. Take this guy off. Yeah, the screwdrivers, or the hex drivers they include have that little ball at the end, so you don't have to get the angle perfectly right. Nice touch. I need the torquey side, though. Come on. Come on. There we go. Finish the job with the easier to use ball side. Oh, this is really awkward. Normally I just pick the whole printer up and turn it around. Okay. So this should come off. Did I take out the wrong screws? What did I do here? I think I need to unplug it, maybe? No? How did I put this thing on in the first place? It's got this, yeah, because we got this carriage part that rides on. We got this carriage part that rides on the axis. Let me take a look at the manual. The manual for this is printed on oddly high quality paper. It's all laminated and stuff. Alright, how do we attach this thing? We got 3 screws. And it just goes right on. What the heck's... What's keeping this thing attached? Did I take out the wrong screw? I must have taken out the wrong screw. Yep, I took out the wrong screw. I am a genius. Okay, so 3 screws. I took out the 4th one by accident. Just gonna put that back. Well, actually, we're gonna take that off because it looks like we still have. So we take it off and we have the so it's still attached with the cable. It has to be zip tied in place for strain relief. So let's see, how well can we see this? Well, it's blown out as heck, but apart from that, so I'm seeing a couple interesting things here. The first is that this has a pre-installed silicone sock, which I was talking about before, and you got an anodized aluminum. All right, so that's why I was losing heat so quickly. This is an anodized aluminum block. You can tell by the way it is. So I guess that's how. I guess that's one of the cost-saving measures. Is instead of making it a steel block, they just make it out of some anodized aluminum, or instead of making it like a thicker grade, because it does feel very light. So this strip of metal, by the way, this bit right here is the flex sensor. That's how it does its leveling. You'll notice that so like it doesn't even look like it's flexing, but that's still enough that the strain gauge can pick it up. So yeah, replacing the nozzles looks like kind of a pain in the butt. When this is in place, you could get around back and take it out with a wrench. I don't think you don't need to disassemble. You don't need to strip this down to replace the nozzle like you do with the Viper, because the nozzle actually goes past the end of the shroud. But as for replacing or fixing anything else, let's continue to strip this down. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, let me keep stripping this down. Loosen up the screws. There's still a screw stuck in the end of the screwdriver. Here's a neat feature. It's got these 4 threaded holes on the side with nothing connected to them, and I think that's just for expandability. I don't think that has a reason. I guess we'll see if there's anything attached to it, but it doesn't look like it. I think that's just so that you can like design a camera mount or something like that. That's a pretty cool feature. I wish I saw that on more. If that is what I think it is, I wish it's something that I saw on more printers, because it's a lot easier than tapping into plastic. Okay, now will this let us remove the plastic shroud, or am I gonna have to get physical? Is it like snapped on somewhere? Let's get physical. What's keeping this on? What's keeping this plastic shroud on? It's still hooked into something. Not the easiest thing to tear down, I'm going to admit. I'm going to plug this back in because it's now clear that we don't have to unplug it. Maybe it makes sense to turn this thing off while I'm messing around with it. I think that's the case. Okay. So it's got to be hooked over something, because I took all the screws out. At least all the screws I can see. Is it possible there's a screw I can't see? No, I don't see anything. It doesn't look like it's being held together from the bottom. So what's going on here, folks? I just pry a little bit more. I pry about it. I don't want to force it too much because it could damage the printer. I don't want to break my new toy that quickly. Although if this is what it takes to do any major maintenance, like I don't know how. Remember, this is like, remember, you're gonna have to strip if it ever jams, right? If filament ever jams inside the Bowden and you can't get at it through, wow, that's really in there. If filament jams inside the hot end, the filament path, and you can't pull it out, you're gonna have to strip it down. Oh, is it? Oh, that was weird. It was the filament that was keeping it together. Oh, that's interesting. Is that coming through? Is this coming through clearly? Let's see. Yeah, that's an interesting layout because we have the we've got the filament intake part attached to one side, and we have the hot end attached to the other side. That is so it was the filament that was keeping it together. Sure enough, there's nothing like this isn't being used for anything. The strain gauge is what's holding it all together. We have like an aluminum, some sort of all-in-one aluminum heat break. So am I inferring correctly here that that this is all metal, or is there a piece of Teflon inside there? And you can see the Big Tree Tech branding there. So this is using their parts. I have some electronics on here too. We probably have drivers for the strain gauge. And we've already got some, looks like it already has some dust on it from the fans. So this thing has probably been tested pretty extensively. We've got our sensor wires and stuff over here. Huh. It's labeled HX712. Not sure if that means anything or if this is also a product they sell separately. But yeah, I mean, it came apart, like, once I knew what the heck I was doing, it came apart really easily. You notice we have metal standoffs, or metal inserts swaged into the plastic. So we'll be able to open this up and close it multiple times without stripping any screws. It's all injection molded, or this is like folded steel. It's pretty sick. So yeah, to remove the hot end, I don't even think, yeah, so to remove the hot end, all you'd have to do is remove these 3 screws, and that pulls the entire assembly out. Huh, that's pretty neat. Is this all metal though? I don't know how to strip this down any further. There's let's see. We've got a set screw, or is this staying in frame? I'm having a tough time with this, aren't I? So we got a set screw here. And we've got 2 screws in the bottom that's keeping this whole thing together. I don't think we need to strip this down any further. I think I got what I came for. That basically, like, this thing is going to be easy to pull open. Yeah, like, so if you get a jam in here, this is going to be super easy to pull open and just shove filament right in. Pretty nice. And let's see how well it goes back together. Was there any other magic? I don't think I had to do any funny stuff to get this back together. I forgot which screws are which. I'm gonna assume it's the ones on the outside. So yeah, this thing's actually pretty repairable, unlike some of the other ones I've seen. None of these parts are 3D printed though, so if they do melt down or break or something, you're gonna have to get creative. You're not just gonna be able to go to their website and download spares. But on the whole, like, this thing is definitely punching above its weight for what it is. Yeah. This thing is, yeah. I'm impressed. This isn't the highest quality printer. Didn't make the highest quality print, but it's really freaking big, and it has it's really solid performance and features for the price. So there's the verdict. Verdict solid. Oh, I forgot to put the sock back on, but that's fine. We can just shove that on the bottom. Sock will eventually wear out, and as far as I can tell, they don't sell spares. So look that up. Do with that information what you may. So let's try to get one of these. There we go. Let's try to get one of these screws in here. Put this thing back together. Boop. This is really awkward. Yeah. It doesn't look like you're going to have to tear it down in order to access the nozzle, though. So, you're only going to have to open it up in case of emergencies. But still, you're going to want to put this somewhere that, first of all, you need a lot of table space. It's like the build envelope is 300 by 300, but like it takes up more table space than that because the, oh geez, I dropped a screw inside the track. It takes up more space than that because the plate moves beyond the extent of the printer itself. So, yeah, you know what? I don't think we're going to do any more printing. So we'll just leave this as is. Snippity snip. There we go. Yeah, so this goes pretty far in there, but I think this might be an all metal hot end. Yeah, that's pretty freaking solid. It's not a bad machine. Yeah, that's not a bad machine going on there. Gonna keep it set up for a bit, do a few more prints. Yeah, this thing is chungus-tastic. Let's just for everyone's edification. Let's update the to-do list. But yeah, so let me think here. So Friday. All right, here we go. Yeah, so that's it. Dills42 asks, will it be getting added to the closet? I don't think so. I think it's too big. I think it's too tall and it's too wide, and it's too tall and it's too deep. I think the closet's letting us down. Gonna have to get creative with this, especially with the Lulzbot printer coming soon. But I think I'm gonna leave this set up because we are going to use it on Friday. Friday's stream, we are going to be printing a pair of headphones. That's right, we're doing everything Maker's Muse and 3D Printing Nerd do except 3 weeks late. Yeah, we're going to be printing a pair of headphones. Technically, the headphones aren't printed. Okay, fine. The electronics are printed. We're printing the enclosure for the headphones. But I have been assured by the team that we will be able to print and assemble the entire thing in one stream. So yeah, we're going to be making some fancy pants headphones. We're going to be talking more about the contest. So yeah, before we part for the day, any other questions about our boy over here, about our BiQu B1 SE Plus Extra Plus Ultra Alpha Burst Maximum Limit Explosion? I don't know any other Guilty Gear prefixes. Yeah. Any other questions? Anything else you want to see? Well, Time King 100 asks, how's the speed? How's the speed? It says it can go up to 100. Like we printed this whole thing at 50. There's a lot of ghosting, a lot of wobbling. So I would keep this on the slow side. Oh, Dills42 is completely correct. This thing does need a name. Ah, crap. You're totally correct. I even made a poll for this, and then I forgot about the poll. All right, here we go. I pre-selected a few names for us to name this thing. And yeah, I have no problem getting rid of a printer after I name it. I'm a cold bastard. All right, here are the names. One sec. There we go. Okay, I have 6 names. All right? I have 6 names. Name number 1 is Squirt Cobain. Number 2 is Squirty Harry. Number 3 is the Squirt Locker. Number 4, Desquirt Eagle. Number 5, Squirt Night Battle Royale. 6, Sir Squirts-a-Lot of the Moist Table. Why can't I start the poll? What the heck? The other one finished. Oh, I have to hit complete? That's stupid. There we go. Oh, I could have. It announces it for me automatically. Oh my god. We'll give that a few minutes. In the meantime, JVP asks, what stepper drivers does it use? That is an excellent question. I don't think they told me. I don't want to start. Yeah, I don't want to start pulling the bottom off of it right now. But let's see. I don't know this off the top of my head. I feel like I probably should have looked it up though, shouldn't I? Let's see. BiQu B1 SE Plus drivers. Let's see. It says ultra silent printing. It's not helping. One of the features is aluminum. It has aluminum. Well, with a auto leveling. The auto leveling worked really well. Yeah, the auto leveling it pulled its weight. The first like there was a corner of that first one that was that second print that was a little sketchy, but it was a giant plate, and I never tightened the screws holding the plate on, so it could be they loosened in transit. But it worked all right. That was pretty set. That was pretty nice. It's not a dual Z-axis. Oh, it's an expand. Oh, you can expand it. That's interesting. You can like buy another lead screw to upgrade it with. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we got an aluminum drive. Power. Oh, it's got power. It's got a power panic. That's neat. But where's the driver? That's the question. This thing really did heat up quickly. I'm pretty impressed. I don't know what the surface treatment is, but it's quite a. It worked really well. I'm kind of surprised actually. It's not saying what the driver is. I think I need to bust it open, and I'm not going to do that right now. I am too lazy. It's been a long day, and I still have work to do. But yeah, how are we doing? Let's give each other 2 minutes. Archangel 07 whatever says, curious if it can support a second Z driver out of the box. Well, apparently it can. They're at least they're advertising it. I don't know why you would want a BL touch, considering it's already got touch in it, but you got it. Throw in a Wi-Fi module, Raspberry Pi. Yeah, oh man, I'd really like to bust this thing open and take a look, but it's already too late. I think it was more important to do a print on it than to look under the hood. It's just all pictures of the same printer. There's just no. I don't think the processor looks like that. I don't think that's true. I think it's fake. I think it might be fake. Yeah, next stream we'll run some stuff off. If I have time, I'll crack it open. Let's see. Well, they're advertising the 32. I don't know what the 32-bit significance of that is. Is it like make it more precise or something? I don't know. Carborundum surface. Huh. Carborundum. So that's the surface treatment. It's carborundum. That's an abrasive. It's pretty sick. JVP says, don't you think the processor is RGB underglow? I doubt it. I'm gonna press X on this one. I'm pressing X on this one. Time King says, seriously, check out hassle-free PTFE. What is that? Hassle-free PTFE. It's a tube remover. What is this guy? Over time, the coupler wears in the tubing, making it hard. Unless you push directly. So what does this do? It makes it easier to mash the thingy down. Be pretty useful. Yeah, let's get that. Did you oh, it says Time King on it. Oh, I see. There's a little conflict of interest action going on here. Well, I'll give everyone a few more seconds to vote for what we should name this printer. And while we do, if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, that's the place to go. YouTube.com/Zack Freedman. If you want to watch the stream replay, this one or the old YouTube streams or future ones, go to. Oh, there it is. It's right there. bit.ly/Voidstar live. Yeah, it's hot, hot, hot. All right, let's see what the name of this printer is going to be. Squirt Cobain 1. This printer is now called Squirt Cobain. There you go. All right. Well, everyone say goodbye to Squirt Cobain, and I hope all of you have a lovely rest of your Labor Day. And yeah, this coming Friday we're going to be building some headphones. Gotta get that 3D printer video done. I'm working as hard as I can on it. Yeah. Everyone have a lovely time. May your printers work exactly the way you want them to, unless it's funny. If it's funny, if it fails, then I hope it fails. Yeah, bye-bye.